Our distinguished guest of honor, Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber, the Honorable Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology, United Arab Emirates, and the Managing Director and Group CEO, ADNOC, and then the host, Chief Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency Dr. Pramod Sawant, the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa. Kindly be taking your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you. So namaskar to everyone once again. With profound significance and a very deep sense of gratitude towards all the energy leaders, the captains of the industry, joining us from India and from across the world, from more than 120 countries of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all in the 4th edition of the India Energy Week and to its inaugural session. And ladies and gentlemen, as nations across the globe navigate the much complex and challenging energy transition at a very critical moment for our global markets, for geopolitics, for climate imperative, India today, ladies and gentlemen, stands at a defining moment, wherein it is not just transforming its energy ecosystem, it is shaping global conversations with its extended energy diplomacy and purposeful partnerships. India, ladies and gentlemen, stands as one of the most credible voice and a collaborative voice of the global South, working with partners across the region, including the Middle East. And as many of you might be aware, we have just formulated a deal with EU, which is called as the mother of all deals. India, ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, is advancing more secure, sustainable, inclusive, and pragmatic energy solutions. And then no country in the world, ladies and gentlemen, faces the dual challenge of growth and decarbonization as India does. But then, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, it extends a compelling example to the world how it is balancing its growth with sustainability, affordability, and equity, demonstrating that decarbonization and development can go hand in hand. And it is from this defining moment, ladies and gentlemen, and this decisive leadership that India Energy Week 2026 emerges. So as we open the gates to this 4-day energy platform, we stand once again privileged and honored that we are being led and guided by the charismatic global leader, the champion of Earth, our Honorable Prime Minister Modi. We open, ladies and gentlemen, with the inaugural address of Prime Minister Modi.
नमस्कार। केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी, गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री, अन्य मंत्रीगण, एम्बेसडर्स, सीईओज, सम्मानित अतिथिगण, अन्य सभी महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, एनर्जी वीक के इस नए एडिशन में गोवा में दुनिया के करीब 125 देशों के प्रतिनिधि जुटे हैं। आप एक एनर्जी सिक्योर और सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर पर चर्चा करने भारत आए हैं। मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, इंडिया एनर्जी वीक बहुत ही कम समय में डायलॉग और एक्शन का एक ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म बनकर उभरा है। आज एनर्जी सेक्टर के लिए भारत बहुत बड़े अवसरों की धरती है। भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है, यानी हमारे यहां एनर्जी प्रोडक्ट्स की डिमांड लगातार बढ़ रही है। इसके अलावा भारत दुनिया की डिमांड पूरी करने के लिए भी बेहतरीन अवसर उपलब्ध करता है। आज हम दुनिया में पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स के टॉप 5 एक्सपोर्टर्स में से एक हैं। दुनिया के 150 से ज्यादा देशों तक हमारी एक्सपोर्ट कवरेज है और भारत की ये क्षमता आपके बहुत काम आने वाली है। इसलिए एनर्जी वीक का ये प्लेटफॉर्म हमारी पार्टनरशिप को एक्सप्लोर करने का बहुत ही उत्तम स्थान है। मैं आप सभी को बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, अपनी बात आगे बढ़ाने से पहले मैं एक बड़े डेवलपमेंट की चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। कल ही भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन के बीच एक बहुत बड़ा एग्रीमेंट हुआ है। दुनिया में लोग इसकी चर्चा मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स के रूप में कर रहे हैं। ये समझौता भारत के 140 करोड़ लोगों और यूरोपीय देशों के करोड़ों लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़े अवसर लेकर आया है। ये दुनिया की दो बड़ी इकोनॉमीज के बीच तालमेल का एक शानदार उदाहरण बना है। ये समझौता ग्लोबल जीडीपी के करीब 25% और ग्लोबल ट्रेड के करीब 1/3 हिस्से को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। ये समझौता ट्रेड के साथ साथ डेमोक्रेसी और रूल ऑफ लॉ के प्रति हमारे शेयर्ड कमिटमेंट को भी सशक्त करता है। साथियों, ईयू के साथ हुआ ये फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट ब्रिटेन और एफ्टा समझौतों को भी कॉम्प्लीमेंट करेगा। इससे ट्रेड और ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन दोनों को मजबूती मिलेगी। मैं भारत के नौजवानों को, सभी देशवासियों को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं टेक्सटाइल, जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी, लेदर एंड शूज ऐसे हर सेक्टर से जुड़े साथियों को भी बधाई देता हूं। ये समझौता आपके लिए बहुत सहायक सिद्ध होगा। साथियों, इस ट्रेड डील से भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को तो बल मिलेगा ही, साथ ही सर्विसेज से जुड़े सेक्टर का भी और अधिक विस्तार होगा। ये फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट दुनिया के हर बिजनेस, हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए भारत पर कॉन्फिडेंस को और मजबूत करेगा। साथियों, भारत आज हर सेक्टर में ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप पर बहुत अधिक काम कर रहा है। मैं अगर एनर्जी सेक्टर की ही चर्चा करूं तो यहां एनर्जी वैल्यू चेन से जुड़े हुए अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में निवेश की बहुत संभावनाएं हैं। आप एक्सप्लोरेशन का ही क्षेत्र ले लीजिए। भारत ने अपने एक्सप्लोरेशन सेक्टर को काफी ओपन कर दिया है। आपको हमारे डीप सी एक्सप्लोरेशन से जुड़े समुद्र मंथन मिशन की भी जानकारी है। हम इस दशक के अंत तक अपने ऑयल एंड गैस सेक्टर में इन्वेस्टमेंट को $100 बिलियन तक ले जाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य एक्सप्लोरेशन के दायरे को भी 1 मिलियन स्क्वायर किलोमीटर तक विस्तार करने का है। इसी सोच के साथ हमारे यहां 170 से अधिक ब्लॉक्स को अवार्ड किया जा चुका है। अंडमान निकोबार का बेसिन भी हमारी नेक्स्ट हाइड्रोकार्बन होप बन रहा है। साथियों, हमने एक्सप्लोरेशन सेक्टर में काफी रिफॉर्म्स भी किए हैं। नो गो एरिया बहुत कम कर दिया गया है। इंडिया एनर्जी वीक के पिछले एडिशंस में आपको भी जो भी सुझाव थे, आपने जो कुछ भी कहा, उनके अनुसार हमने अपने एक्ट्स और रूल्स में भी बदलाव किए हैं। यदि आप एक्सप्लोरेशन सेक्टर में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं तो आपकी कंपनी की प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी बढ़ना तय है। साथियों, भारत की एक और विशेषता है जो है एनर्जी सेक्टर में इन्वेस्टमेंट को बहुत फायदेमंद बनाता है। हमारे यहां बहुत बड़ी रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी मौजूद है। हम रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी के मामले में विश्व में दूसरे स्थान पर है। जल्द ही हम दुनिया में पहले नंबर पर होंगे। आज भारत की रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी करीब 260 MMTPA की है। इसे 300 MMTPA के ऊपर ले जाने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास हो रहा है। ये इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है। साथियों, भारत में एलएनजी की डिमांड भी निरंतर बढ़ रही है। हमने अपनी टोटल एनर्जी डिमांड का 15% एलएनजी से पूरा करने का लक्ष्य रखा है। इसलिए हमें एलएनजी के पूरे वैल्यू चेन पर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। आज भारत ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पर भी बहुत बड़े स्तर पर काम कर रहा है। एलएनजी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए जिन वेसल्स की जरूरत है, हम उन्हें भारत में ही बनाने पर काम कर रहे हैं। हाल में ही भारत में शिप बिल्डिंग के लिए 70,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रोग्राम शुरू किया गया है। साथ ही एलएनजी के लिए देश के पोर्ट्स पर टर्मिनल के निर्माण में भी निवेश की अनेक संभावनाएं हैं। रीगैसिफिकेशन से जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स में भी आपके लिए इन्वेस्ट करने की बड़ी संभावनाएं बन रही है। साथियों, एलएनजी के ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए भारत में बहुत बड़ी पाइपलाइन की भी अब जरूरत है। बीते सालों में इस पर हमने बहुत निवेश किया है, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए संभावनाएं हैं। आज भारत के कई शहरों में सिटी गैस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का नेटवर्क पहुंच चुका है और हम तेजी से अन्य शहरों में भी इससे जोड़ रहे हैं। सिटी गैस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन भी आपके निवेश के लिए बहुत ही आकर्षक क्षेत्र है। साथियों, भारत की इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या है, हमारी इकोनॉमी लगातार बढ़ रही है। ऐसे भारत में पेट्रोकेमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स की डिमांड भी लगातार बढ़ने वाली है। इसलिए हमें बहुत बड़े एनर्जी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की आवश्यकता होगी और इसमें भी आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट आपको बहुत ग्रोथ देगा। इन सब के अलावा भारत में डाउनस्ट्रीम एक्टिविटीज में भी आपके लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट के बहुत मौके हैं। साथियों, आज का भारत रिफॉर्म्स एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है और हर सेक्टर में तेजी से रिफॉर्म्स कर रहा है। हम डोमेस्टिक हाइड्रोकार्बन को सशक्त करने के लिए रिफॉर्म्स कर रहे हैं और ग्लोबल कोलैबोरेशन के लिए ट्रांसपेरेंट और इन्वेस्टर फ्रेंडली एनवायरनमेंट बना रहे हैं। भारत अब एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी से आगे बढ़कर एनर्जी इंडिपेंडेंस के मिशन पर काम कर रहा है। भारत एक ऐसा एनर्जी सेक्टर इकोसिस्टम डेवलप कर रहा है जो भारत की लोकल डिमांड को पूरा कर सके और एफोर्डेबल रिफाइनिंग और ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सॉल्यूशन से दुनिया के लिए एक्सपोर्ट भी बहुत ही कॉम्पिटिटिव हो। साथियों, हमारा एनर्जी सेक्टर हमारी एस्पिरेशंस के केंद्र में है। इसमें $500 बिलियन की इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज है। इसलिए मेरा आह्वान है, मेक इन इंडिया, इनोवेट इन इंडिया, स्केल विथ इंडिया, इन्वेस्ट इन इंडिया। इसी आग्रह के साथ मैं आप सभी को इंडिया एनर्जी वीक की अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the message of our Honorable Prime Minister highlighting the potential of India in the energy sector, the 360-degree vision and mission of India in the energy sector. This is a land of opportunities. This is a land where partnerships flourish and deliver. Thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister for his inspiring message. And ladies and gentlemen, the vision as articulated by the Prime Minister further finds his expression in the 4-day global platform remarks.
Good morning, friends. For the India Energy Week 2026, along with me, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Minister for the Petroleum, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ali Jaber, the Minister of the Industries and Advanced Technology, MD, Group of CEO and AD/ONGC UAE. A warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries among the audience. A warm welcome to India Energy Week 2026. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to India Energy Week 2026, one of the world's most important platforms shaping the future of energy. Your presence makes this gathering truly international in the spirit and historic in significance. India Energy Week has evolved into more than a conference. It is a place where the global energy commitment meets with a shared goal to move from the ideas to action and from ambitions to implementations. Goa is the honor to host this important dialogue and to serve the permanent home for India Energy Week. This is not only the proud moment for Goa, it is a meaningful responsibility. At this important moment, I would like to express a deep appreciation for the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, who consistently strengthened India's path towards the energy security, energy self-reliance, and climate responsibility. Under his leadership, India has emerged as a global voice of solutions anchored in capability, confidence, and commitment. Our energy journey today reflects not only the nation's priority, but also the clear international message India will lead with the responsibility, innovations, and inclusive growth. India's progress towards the Vikasit Bharat depends on the reliable energy, power that is available, affordable, and resilient. Goa fully shares these national visions and committed to building a Vikasit Goa supported by the sustainable development and future-ready infrastructure. Goa has articulated a clean energy roadmap and with the vision to transition towards the 100% renewable energy by the Goa is committed to advancing both green economy and the blue economy. We believe clean energy and sustainable development must progress together with the responsible use of ocean resource. This balance will define our future where economic progress supports the environmental protections and developmental strength resilience. India Energy Week 2026 is a moment for partnership. The world needs the solution that are practical, scalable, and inclusive. Let us use this platform to collaborate across the border, share best practices, mobilize investment, and accelerate the innovation so that the energy transitions become the global success story. Once again, I warmly welcome to all of you to Goa. I wish a productive, meaningful, and impactful India Energy Week 2026. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for welcoming everyone here in Goa and spelling out the clean energy vision and ambition which you have for the state of Goa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we seek to be led and guided by our Honorable Minister, a former diplomat who's also been India's permanent representative to United Nations and whose stewardship continues to position India at the center of global energy dialogue. I request Excellency Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, for his keynote address.
Your Excellency, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology, and ADNOC MD and Group CEO from the United Arab Emirates, I want to thank you in particular for joining us this morning to deliver the keynote address. You were with us only a few days ago, and for you to come back is, I think, not only for me, a personal, reassuring sign of your friendship and commitment for our joint ventures in energy security, but also a very big contributing factor for the success of this platform. I also want to welcome the Honorable Tim Hodgson, Minister for Energy and Natural Resources of Canada, A very warm welcome to you, sir. Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawantji, I have to express my appreciation not only for your presence here this morning, but I must say that in the very short time that this facility has been constructed, you personally and members of your government and other colleagues in Goa have been most helpful. And I think this is only the beginning of the journey. As we proceed, I would like to see this facility expanded to host not only events like this, but may become a major conference tourism center hosting for the country. Honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, captains from energy companies all over the world, students and entrepreneurs, friends from the media, namaste, good morning, and very warm welcome. As we gather here on the opening day of India Energy Week 2026, we are witnessing, and it would be an understatement, global turmoil affecting a large number of sectors, but the energy sector is certainly at the crux of them. And yet, it also shows that in the midst of all that turmoil, all stakeholders in the system, whether they are producers, consumers, technology providers, service providers, they can come together and in a reasonable, predictable way, chart their ways through the challenges that we are facing. So a warm welcome to all of you. Insofar as India Energy Week 2026 is concerned, I am extremely reassured, grateful that we are hosting over 75,000 energy professionals in this session. This is a 35% growth over the 2024 edition, which took place here in Goa 2 years ago. Over 700 exhibiting companies, 57% growth compared to 2024 edition in Goa, 10 country pavilions and 11 thematic zones, with delegates from over 120 countries. We have more than 550 global speakers and who will engage with more than 110 strategic and technical sessions, reaffirming India Energy Week's role as a trusted global forum for shaping energy conversations and outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this year's theme, energizing growth, securing economies, and enriching lives, is both appropriate and timely. The strategic conference this year is further strengthened by a rich set of side events. I want to particularly mention the platforms such as the India-Arab Energy Dialogue, the Conference on Compressed Biogas, startup challenges like Avinya 3.0, which has 161 applications, Vasudha 3.0, which has 20 global applications with 4 new countries, and dedicated hackathons expand engagement across innovation, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. Together, they ensure that dialogues at IEW span policy, technology, markets, and innovation. When we last met in New Delhi, the global energy system was already facing pressure from geopolitical shifts and structural change. Today, these pressures have, one could say, intensified, and the energy order continues to evolve in complex ways. Nearly 80% of incremental global energy demand comes from emerging and developing economies, with close to 60% originating in developing Asia. As these regions grow and gain wider access to mobility, cooling, and digital services, energy demand will rise further, both in scale and complexity. On the other hand, around 730 million people still live without access to electricity, and nearly 2 billion, almost 1/4 of the global population, continue to rely on cooking methods that are harmful to human health and well-being. This highlights that ensuring universal, affordable, and clean cooking energy access remains a central development and equity challenge for the global community. Insofar as countries like India are concerned, large populations, rising demand for energy, an international agency has estimated that over the next 2 decades, first they said 15–20% of the increase will come from India, then they said 25–30%, and now the estimate is as much as 35% of the increase in demand of global energy will come from India. We are diversifying our journey on the sustainable path. The figures speak for themselves. But equally, as we have moved to 20% biofuel blending, we are making major strides in green hydrogen, in compressed biogas, CNG, our emphasis on LNG. But having said all that, I must re-emphasize that if investment in existing oil and gas production were to stop today, global oil output would decline by around 8% annually over the next decade, equivalent to losing more than the combined annual production of Brazil and Norway. The history of energy has never been about replacement alone. It has been about addition. New sources have consistently complemented existing ones, allowing systems to expand and adapt. This remains the defining reality of the global energy transition. Insofar as we are concerned, our trilemma continues to be the same: consistent availability, affordability, and sustainability. Nowhere in the last 5 years, at no time, has any part of India ever felt that there has been a lack of availability of energy. And if there were to be, as my young colleague sitting next to me would say, for a democratically elected government, lack of energy has consequences which go very far. Equally, it is with great pride that I say that in India, affordability has been something that is the heart of the Prime Minister's campaign. And the Prime Minister has ensured that we have amongst the lowest energy prices in the world. They cannot be sometimes as low as my distinguished brother sitting on my left, but for a country like us, where energy is more than a question of energy security, it is about survival. Today in India, we have gone from 14 crore LPG cylinder connections in 2014 to 33 crores, 330 million connections, which means 330 million households have been connected. And for those who are beneficiaries of the Ujjwala scheme, we provide clean cooking gas to an household which costs barely 5 or 6 rupees a day. And simultaneously, for those who are not beneficiaries of the scheme, also it costs only 12 and 13 rupees a day. If I were a trade negotiator, I would say that is de minimis. I mean, that's very much within the affordable band of every household. Equally, we can say that we have been able to move very quickly, as the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, and is the clip which you saw subsequent to the Prime Minister's inaugural address. We have opened large areas. Out of the 3.5 million square kilometers of our sedimentary basin, 1 million square kilometers, which was no-go area, has been opened up. We have introduced reforms. Last year, a major reform designed to boost energy security, invite investors, was introduced, and India launched the 10th OALP 10th bidding round, special coal bed methane bid round 2025, and the discovered small fields DSF4 bid round, opening significant hydrocarbon potential across our basins. In some of our deep and ultra-deep water exploration acreages awarded during the recent OALP 9, the 2D seismic line acquisition is already completed and the 3D seismic line acquisition is 30% complete. I can assure you that as we move ahead, we will continue to reform, we will continue to ensure, as the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, that India is where the global energy conversations are at their robust best. You can invest, participate in our activities, and scale and make for the world. India has become a leading hub of global capability centers with over 1,700 GCCs already established across the country. In just 5 years, their combined revenue has jumped from 40 billion in fiscal year 19 to 64 billion in fiscal year 24, with growth rate of 9.8% annually. This sector is projected to reach US $105 billion by 2030, supported by nearly 2,400 GCC employing over 2.8 million professionals. Friends, through cooperation, innovation, and shared responsibility, India stands ready to work with partners worldwide to build an energy future that is secure, resilient, and inclusive. Our reforms, investments, and programs reflect a clear commitment to build an energy system that supports growth, strengthens the economy, and improves the lives of our citizens. As the global energy landscape continues to evolve, the choices we make today will shape resilience, prosperity, and sustainability for decades to come. India Energy Week brings together the ideas, expertise, and leadership needed to convert dialogue into direction and direction into delivery. Over the coming days, this platform will foster partnerships and insights that strengthen energy systems across regions and economies. Let us approach this week with a shared focus on cooperation and outcomes. May India Energy Week serve as a catalyst for collective progress and a forum where solutions are shaped for the benefit of the world. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your very comprehensive keynote address highlighting the committed energy transition and decarbonization pathway of India as it works with the nations of the world towards energizing growth, enriching the lives of our 1.4 billion people and securing economy. So let me now, ladies and gentlemen, invite one of the most important strategic partners of India, the Honorable Minister of Industry and Advanced Technologies, United Arab Emirates, who's also a very globally respected energy leader, being the Managing Director and the Group CEO of ADNOC. Please join me as I request Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber for his keynote address.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my good friends, it is indeed with great pleasure that I join you here in Goa for this very important and relevant India Energy Week. I'm very happy to see so many of my friends, colleagues, and in fact, very familiar faces here in Goa. Allow me though to start by thanking my very good friend, His Excellency Hardeep Singh Puri, Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, for his kind invitation to join this distinguished gathering, for his warm welcome and his known hospitality. I thank you, sir, for everything you've done for us. And as I look around, the sheer size of this event reflects the simple fact that India increasingly sits at the center of global energy growth. And colleagues, as some of you look at today's energy landscape and see volatility, some see shifting supply dynamics, others see geopolitical shocks, technological disruption. Let me tell you how I view it, because I see it a little differently. Behind the current turbulence is a much bigger picture of transformation at scale. And transformation rewards those who move boldly, not those who wait for calm seas. Because the defining story of energy today is simply growth. Growth that is driven by three powerful megatrends. One, the rise of emerging markets led by Asia and in particular India. Two, the exponential growth of AI and the rapid expansion of digital infrastructure. And three, the transformation of energy systems, not a formula based on single source, but an integration of many. Together, these megatrends are driving the largest expansion of energy demand in human history. Faster, broader, and more complex than anything we have seen before. Between now and 2040, oil demand will remain above 100 million barrels per day. Demand for LNG will climb over 50%. Electricity demand will also grow by 50%. And while everyone wants to talk about the power required for data centers and AI, let me give you two additional letters that will reshape energy markets just as fast. AC. By 2050, the world will have 5.6 billion air conditioners, up from 1.6 billion today. That is 10 new units sold every second for the next 30 years. Demand at the scale and pace requires investment in all forms of energy. The biggest risk is not oversupply. It is underinvestment. And thank you. And you know, the way I see it really is that the way things are really playing out, that I find this to be more of an energy addition than anything else. And one data point in particular makes this clear. And as my very good friend, sitting here right in the front, Javier Plas recently pointed out, last year, 1 in 4 cars sold globally was electric. At the same time, the single largest increase in petroleum demand came from gasoline. That's a very important point one should consider and reflect on. Distinguished delegates, at the heart of all three megatrends sits one nation, and that is India. As the world's third largest energy consumer, it has become a decisive driver of global demand. Over the next 15 years, air travel in India will grow by 150%. India's cities will approach 1 billion people, and its data center capacity will increase tenfold. And as Prime Minister Narendra Modi put it so clearly, India does not do progress in increments. It goes for quantum leaps. And progress at this pace and growth at this scale demands a special kind of partnership. Partnership that is strategic, long-term, agile, and flexible. Partnership that is steadfast, dependable, reliable, principled, and consistent. And partnership that is based on trust, and partnership that will endure through thick and thin. That is precisely what defines the UAE-India partnership. Last year, trade between our two countries passed the $100 billion mark, a record high, spanning technology, logistics, infrastructure, health, education, culture, tourism, and of course, energy of all forms, conventional, unconventional, alternatives, and renewables, as well as infrastructure related to energy. And just last week, our President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and Prime Minister Modi agreed to double bilateral trade to $200 billion by 2032. This is the scale of our shared ambition. And when it comes to energy, as India consumes more crude to fuel its refineries, ADNOC is proud to be a trusted, dependable supplier. And as India aims to double natural gas in its energy mix, we have made this nation our #1 market for LNG. As millions of Indians' households turn to cleaner cooking fuels, we are already India's largest supplier of LPG. We will continue to supply feedstocks and chemicals for India's petrochemical and industrial needs. And as India builds out its renewable energy capacity, we are investing alongside you across 11 gigawatts of solar, wind, and storage through our global climate investment vehicle, Altera. Excellencies, as the global energy landscape evolves, we are guided by a fundamental truth. In today's world, standing still is moving backward. That is why we created XRG, leveraging and extending our core strengths in energy expertise, capital, and global partnerships. This is a platform for value creation, a platform for value preservation, and it strengthens our commitment to being a reliable, responsible energy supplier globally. Through XRG, we are expanding our global gas portfolio across Asia, Africa, and the Americas. We are building a world-leading advanced and specialty chemicals platform with the combined strengths and capabilities of Borouge, Nova, and Covestro. And we are investing in energy infrastructure to support digital and industrial growth at scale. At the same time, we are reimagining what a 21st century energy company should look like, with AI as its engine. In today's ADNOC, agentic AI systems monitor every well in our portfolio in real time, predicting equipment failures before they happen, optimizing production barrel by barrel, from the wellhead to the trading floor, we have deployed more than 200 AI tools and 65 robotic applications. And as a result, we have cut unplanned shutdowns in half, boosted performance, driven efficiency, and reinforced resilience. This is not a pilot program. This is, in fact, how we operate today. And as we build our portfolio of AI tools through our homegrown company, AIQ, we are open to collaborating with partners who seek to enhance their own capabilities and ensure their resilience. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in an era of constant change, reliable partnerships are the real strategic reserves. That is why, decades ago, our leadership in the United Arab Emirates made a strategic choice to design an economy that is open to the world, open trade, open ports, open skies, and the results speak for themselves. In just 3 years, we have achieved 35 comprehensive economic partnership agreements, fully activated. The very first of those was with India. And last year, we attracted over $45 billion in strategic foreign direct investment. And today, more than half of all investment into the Middle East flows through the UAE. These outcomes don't happen by chance. They happen by choice. And they happen by commitment and hard work. We know who we are, and we know where we're going. And our values never change. Our values are our North Star. When we trust is paramount. And when we trust, we never change. We let our record speak. When credibility counts, we deliver. When partners value certainty, we offer consistency. And in the moments that matter, we show up. If you are an investor seeking predictable returns, look to the UAE. If good governance and the rule of law are essential, you will find them in the UAE. And if you want a partner whose conviction will not waver, you can count on the UAE. In an age of walls, our message is simple. Build doors, and the world will walk through them. And I invite you all, I invite all of our partners from India and around the world to walk with us through those doors and into a brighter future together. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your very inspiring and thought-provoking keynote address and opening doors for everyone to be collaborating, to be partnering and shaping a more secure and sustainable energy future. Thank you, Excellency. And thank you also to Excellency Dr. Pramod Sawant. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving now into the opening ministerial panel. I once again thank Excellency Dr. Pramod Sawant and Excellency Jaber to be delivering his keynote address. And may I request you to be please taking your seats in the front row. Excellency Puri continues with us here on the stage as we move to the opening ministerial panel. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the opening ministerial panel on a very relevant topic and a timely topic of charting a course through uncertainty, securing affordable, accessible, and sustainable energy in turbulent world. This panel once again brings together the energy leaders as we chalk out the way forward for our energy markets, for our countries. Just set the stage towards this panel. Joining us in this panel will be the Honourable Minister from Canada and also the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. In fact, the address which we had of our Honourable Minister, of the host Chief Minister, and of Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Ahmed Jaber, it actually has set the tone, given a strategic direction to our conversations, which we begin now. So please join me, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite here on the dais Excellency Mr. Tim Hodgson, the Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Canada. A nation, ladies and gentlemen, that stands central to global energy supply, innovation, and the responsible development of natural resources. Joining us here on the dais is also the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum, Honourable Mr. Jassim Al-Shirawi. And ladies and gentlemen, steering this very important conversation which we are going to be having with the leaders is once again one of the most globally respected voice on energy markets and geopolitics. We have Mr. Javier Blas, the opinion columnist, Bloomberg, as the moderator. So as we begin these conversations, I hand over the stage to our moderator, Mr. Javier Blas.
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone to India Energy Week. It's my great honor to be moderating this panel. Mr. Puri, I do congratulate you for this facility. I believe that your country built this conference center in 13 months, and that's certainly impressive. So well done, and thank you also for organizing the weather. I come from London. I think that you, sir, were the Deputy High Commissioner in London about 25 years ago, and you know well what the London weather looks like on a morning in January. So well done also for the weather. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for moderating this session. Thank you for your very kind comments on this new facility. Yes, and I want to thank all those concerned. It was constructed in a short period of time, I think 13 months. ONGC had 250 acres of land, and during a conversation, the idea came up, and well, the rest is history. But I believe this is only the beginning. I'm going to encourage them to, in fact, develop this facility and ensure that the venue becomes a major global conference tourism attraction. Insofar as the weather is concerned, if I may be allowed to say, I think you exaggerate a little about my ability to get things done. Because if I had my ability, I want to thank the Chief Minister who is in charge of that department, the weather department. But I somehow worry about extremes. So what you said about London, we had a storm in the United States where it was -17 in parts of New York and thereabouts. I would have preferred it a little cooler in Goa, but it's still, if it's given a choice between the weather here and the weather in London, even though I like London very much, my preference would be Goa just now.
Thank you, Minister. I think that Minister Hodgson of Canada and I will probably happily take for now the weather in Goa.
As I left, we were getting 3 feet of snow in Toronto, so I'm very happy to be in Goa.
Excellent. I'm very lucky I have a fantastic panel, Minister Puri of India, Minister Hodgson of Canada, and Secretary General Yassin Al-Sarawi of the International Energy Forum. And Secretary General, let me use your fantastic abilities to be my expert on this panel. If I may perhaps start with you. When you look at the energy landscape today, what do you see and what are you expecting in the next few years?
Thank you, Javier. It's such a pleasure to be here in Goa for the India Energy Week. I'm so pleased to be also an honor to be in this panel with the Honorable Hardeep Singh Puri and the Honorable His Excellency Tim Hodgson of Canada. And I thank the organizers for inviting us for this important forum. Also, India and Canada are very important members of the International Energy Forum, the IEF, and I take this opportunity to thank them for their support and for their positive engagement with the IEF. As far as the, talking about the trends and the themes, I think the previous speakers, particularly his Honorable Prime Minister of India and Honorable Minister Hardeep Singh Puri and His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber have really put nice words to set the scene. But if I would like to add my perspectives, let me first just introduce by talking about the energy trilemma, which is the energy security, energy affordability and equity, and sustainability. Decision makers have to kind of set priorities while taking account of the constraints and the development needs and their aspirations. At the moment, the pillar of energy security is taking more attention and becoming on the top of the agenda. But national needs generally dictate for each country what of these pillars would need to be attended to at different times. But there is no one global model for deciding between these factors. The trends that I would see first, let's talk about the demand, and this was also mentioned in the previous speeches. The world demand for energy is increasing, driven by population growth, urbanization, industrial development, digitalization, AI, and also rising standard of living. Energy is the engine for economic development and progress and social progress as well. So the world would need all forms of energies, and we need to ensure that we have all sources of energies, all sources of technologies and innovative technologies in order to deliver energy to meet the needs of the world, and also do it efficiently and while reducing the impact on the environment and meeting the climate challenges. When we talk about the second theme, we'll talk about the energy mix. The energy systems are evolving rapidly, but oil and gas will remain fundamental and critical to industries. and it is driven by, again, industrial development. It's used in many sectors like transport, industry, even when we talked about air conditioning, as mentioned by Dr. Sultan Jaber, and for heating. But it is also very importantly used as feedstock for petrochemicals, which are used in for products in every day life and modern requirements. But also when we produce and consume oil and gas, we have to ensure that we reduce its impact on the environment and also reduce emission and manage decarbonization. The next theme, I think, we'll talk about electrification. Electrification is on the rise, and it's driven by industrial requirements, mobility, EV cars, digitalization, and air conditioning. But when we talk about electrification, the center of gravity is being shifted toward power systems and putting the spotlight on electrical the investment decisions, sources of technology and options of technologies, and also the trade patterns. Renewables, solar and wind, are on the rise and they are being scaled up, but they also face issues like permitting, land access, infrastructure, grids, capacity, and most importantly also backup systems to meet and to ensure that we deliver, and meet the demands and the transition requirements. Critical minerals are also becoming strategic dimension, and they are being, important for energy security because of concentrated supply chains, competition, and also long lead time. So they're coming up on the forefront of energy security. And the last item is fragmentation and polarization. The energy systems are becoming more complex, and they are shaped by geopolitics, competition, supply chain issues, and the global energy system is already complex. And by adding elements of fragmentation and polarization, it's making it more risky and adding elements of uncertainty, and also adding a lot of cost for delivery of energy system. So change and complexity are constant, but with dialogue, I think we can navigate through these challenges. And the IEF is the global home of dialogue between consumers and producers of energy, and I welcome everybody to be joining the IEF and our dialogue and our journey to navigate through these challenges.
When I was listening the comments of the Secretary General, Minister Hodgson, I was hearing a lot of themes that sound to me as Canada. Oil and gas supply, renewable energy like hydropower, commitment to climate change, critical minerals where your country is a big producer. When you look at that world that he was describing, what do you see the role of Canada?
Thank you for the question. I'll just start by saying, Namaste, thank you, Your Excellency, for inviting me here. It's a long way from Canada to Goa, so why am I here? I'm here because, as we've heard, energy security is really rising to the forefront of how we move forward globally right now. And it's important to both Canada and India, and we'll have a number of conversations, myself and my colleagues in the Indian government. And I think that what we have to understand is the backdrop. And I think many of you heard the Canadian Prime Minister in Davos last week, and he had some tough words, but he spoke truth. He spoke what is actually happening in the world today. And what is happening in the world today is not a gradual economic transition, it is a rupture. It is a rupture in the way the global trading system works. The rules-based order that we all have been building our economies around, one that was based on multilateralism, one that was based on free trade, the hegemons of the world have decided that's not the way the world's going to work anymore. They've decided the world will work in a much more mercantilist way. So what does that mean? I don't need to tell India what it means when people use their economic integration with your country for coercion. I don't need to tell you what it means when hegemons use tariffs as leverage. It is a changing world we live in, and energy is at the center of that. I'm here because, like you, the way to resist that change is to build multilateral relationships and to double down on diversification of supplies. What you just did with the EU signing the mother of all deals was a perfect example of how to say, no, we're not going to live in a world where might makes right. We're not going to live in a world where the strongest put tariffs on everyone else. We're going to live in a world where we believe in free trade, where we believe in trusted relationships. In Canada, we are one of the largest energy producers in the world. As was said, we are the, in terms of critical minerals, to power your energy transition, you need access to critical minerals. You've built a $4 billion fund to help bring those resources here so you can be the leader in clean energy you want to be. Canada is a great supplier of those critical minerals, and we'll be talking about that. And a number of our companies are here at this conference to both help you develop your own critical minerals, but where we have ones to share to help you with energy transition, we will be doing that. I think, Your Excellency, you talked about LNG becoming 15% of your energy mix. What I hear when I visit places like London or Germany, I hear very clearly, hey, we made a mistake. We relied on one supplier for natural gas, and that was a very strategic blunder. We can never let that happen again. We need to diversify our supply. Canada used to provide 98% of its energy to one customer. We are committed to diversifying our supply. We see the opportunity to work with India, as was said, to the fastest growing demand for energy in the world will be in India, whether it's LNG, LPG, uranium, where we have the world's largest supplies of uranium, whether it's oil. We're now building pipelines to the West Coast. We have 3 pipelines built. We are looking at building more. That is because we believe the world we want to live in is one where we're going to trade with everyone. We will never use our energy for coercion. We believe middle powers should work together to resist hegemony, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Puri, you bring a fantastic angle to this discussion because you spent nearly 4 decades in the foreign service in India with very distinguished positions in London, Brazil, United Nations. And you have been Minister of Petroleum for nearly 5 years in a very volatile world. So bringing that lens of your previous experience as a diplomat and your new lens as a minister in the energy arena, what do you see today and how do you navigate that new landscape that you have in front?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Uh, yes, I spent 39 years in the Foreign Service as a diplomat. I also spent 4 years after that international think tanking, and now this is my 9th year in the Council of Ministers. But I think one of the more defining lessons for me was as a student of history. You know, I study continuity and change as a discipline. And I genuinely believe that whenever you are faced with a challenge, there is also an opportunity. And I want to steer away from characterizing the global turbulence. There is turbulence. I mean, anyone who tells you there's no turbulence, I think lives in a fairy, Alice in Cuckoo Land kind of situation. There is turbulence. Did we create the turbulence? The answer is no. But we have a set of circumstances which are unfolding. Somebody is dealing the cards, a number of people are dealing the cards, and we have to adapt. Now, for a country like India, I think it's not just a negotiating strategy. I mean, I may honestly tell you that it's a survival. If we don't have energy, energy is the lifeline of an economy, lifeline of an economy. And you mentioned, my colleague from Canada mentioned our desire to take natural gas from 6% to 15% of our energy mix. Yes, we very much want to do it. We have made efforts, but I'm sorry, I must make this confession that we are still closer to the 6 than to the 15. So there is an opportunity here. And that opportunity presents itself in a number of ways. And I think that's why gatherings like this have a very important role to play. Many of my friends in the media, I used to also write columns, and I also think in my spare time and retirement I'll become a journalist again. Sometimes I'm not referring to you, I'm referring to the other guys. They refuse to see the extent to which we have been able to navigate. If we today have reached a situation where, in spite of all the turbulence, we have no shortage of energy supplies in the world. I think we are very clear. You may have problems with supply chains. You have more and more energy coming onto the global market. On that, there's no doubt. And we have to avoid making the mistakes which romantic academics do. You know, love for the private sector. I love the private sector. I started my life in the private sector. But there's something, state also has to step in to do the responsibility. I'll give you one example to illustrate what I'm saying, if you permit. Sometime in the year 1976 or so, there was a bright economist, I think in Shell, who made a prediction that oil, you know that, you're smiling already, oil will be done by the year 2000. Now, a lot of people who write columns and pink papers, etc., they come, oh, this has happened, that has happened, etc., and they actually made investment decisions based on that prediction. My view as somebody I like to think that I am more grounded, anybody gives you a prescription, test it out. Test it out. A few months ago, not few months ago, a little more than a few months ago, if anybody was saying that you would have the privilege of hosting 3 Canadian ministers in a short period of time, I wouldn't have believed him. Because our discourse was on something completely, again, I don't want to get into it. There was something, wherever I've served in New York, in Brasilia, and Geneva, some of my closest friends were the Canadians. We could relate to them. We could talk about it. Today, we put that side behind us, and we are now talking about, I had your trade minister, one of your ministers, Mr. Sandhu, the Premier of British Columbia, and you, and I'm looking forward to bilateral discussion. I want to just say 2 things to take this discussion, and thank you, we have a very eminent moderator who knows the sector. Today, I believe, amidst all the turbulence, amidst all the challenges, there's a great opportunity, yes. Because we have shed the romantic notions of the world's calm status quo. It isn't. And there are several people who are, have the capacity to cause those. I don't think I have the capacity because I need to look after my domestic consumption and domestic availability. But we have also learned that we will navigate through this. And we will navigate to make the world, in terms of the energy component of economic growth, much more resilient, predictable, which will come through adaptation. And I think that is something taking place. Today, I believe that the transition which is taking place, and Sultan Jaber, our colleague from UAE, mentioned the technology aspect of that, how newer technologies are coming in. One of you mentioned, I think, in the morning that you will have God knows how many billion new air conditioners coming up, what means one air conditioner being installed every second, and we were discussing some of the predictions you had made when we were in the assembly room. So the world is undergoing fascinating change. The global energy scenario is changing, but I feel very confident when I meet colleagues and participate in events like this, that we will not only navigate, we will take it to a very positive outcome.
Minister, one way that you have navigated this landscape has been how you have diversified your sources of energy, and particularly thinking about oil. It's very different to what used to be even 5 years ago. When you look at the future, do you see kind of a comeback to business as usual, or what you used to do 5 years ago? What is your strategy of sourcing oil?
No, first of all, when you talk about our situation, it is characterized by growing demand. I think that has come out in all the presentations. When I was associated with this portfolio 5 years ago nearly, our daily consumption was 5 million barrels a day. Today, it is more than 5.6 million barrels a day. And if you look at the period ahead, by 2030, it will be very much more. Okay, now, we used to import from 27 sources. Today, we are buying cargoes from 41 destinations. There was a time when our total imports of 5 million barrels a day was roughly divided between 800,000 barrels from 3 or 4 suppliers and the rest being taken up. There were some sources which were not even showing up on our statistic. They became big. Now the global's changing, all right? The good news is there is more and more and more energy coming on the global market. So I am a firm believer, and people didn't believe this a few years ago when I used to tell them, that if there is a question in your mind that you are sitting on a lot of energy, should you release it in bits and pieces? A producers grouping will want to do that. They will say, we will, I'm not saying, there were 102 million barrels. I'm not criticizing anybody. 102 million barrels was the production. It was scaled back by 5 million barrels, etc. Then other sources coming in. How much of that is affecting the price? Now, more and more energy is coming on the market. The United States is a very major producer. I think 13 million barrels a day they are producing. Canada is an increasing thing, and you've got pipelines, you've got gasification. We have one of our companies, IOCL, has a major investment there. If you set up these new 6 gasification plants, we'd be able to extract bring that gas in here. Brazil, a country I'm familiar with, they used to produce 3 million barrels a day. They're producing another 140,000. Let's look at Guyana. Oh my God. It's huge, and it will be bigger when it comes. So I think more energy is coming on the market, and if we get the rest of the negotiation right, it'll be better. It's not a producers versus consumers. Countries like India are producers and consumers and exporters. I think a stable global energy market is in everyone's interest.
Minister Hodgson, on that front, you are a growing oil producer. You just built, or your country just built a new pipeline to the West Coast. What role you see of Canada supplying, particularly from that West Coast, into the growing and rapidly growing markets in Asia?
Yes, so we've gone from producing about 1 million barrels a day 15 years ago to 5 million barrels today, about the amount that you use. We have the fourth largest reserves in the world. To put it into perspective, I think the U.S. has about 8 years worth of proven and probable reserves. Canada has 100 years of proven and probable reserves. We will develop that. We are in the process of expanding our pipelines today. India has just started taking its first cargoes in several of its refineries. Several of your refineries are being expanded to use a heavier slate of crude, which actually matches up perfectly with what we're doing. And the interesting thing is that slate is great for petrochemicals and great for producing plastics and EVs. So it's not just about gasoline, it's also about contributing to the energy transition. So we are working hard to diversify on LNG. We've set up our first export terminal. It's doing 12 million tons per annum. Right now, most of that gas is going to Japan, Korea, Malaysia, China, and then Shell is sending it around the world. But we've got projects in place to take that up to 50 million tons per annum over the next 5 or 6 years. And so there's a tremendous opportunity for us to help you meet some of your need. And then LPG is the other opportunity, where you talked about connecting 380 million homes and clean cooking. We're setting up our first terminals. They will be, our first ones are in operation. We've got another one coming on this summer, and we've got more coming after that. So I think we can be a good and reliable supplier to India.
I want to thank, can I just come in
Please.
for a minute? You know, I hear you. That's been exactly our assessment, and I think you're fortifying that. And when you have your bilateral discussions here, I think some of this can be followed up. But I'm also very interested in highlighting another area where cooperation between countries such as ours, including the UAE, including many friends in the Arab world, etc., it's going beyond traditional fossil fuel and derivative engagement. I mean, critical minerals is an area where there's tremendous scope, I think. We are also into the green hydrogen business a lot. I think we've succeeded through 3 tenders to bring down the cost per kilogram way beyond what I expected in my tenure. So green hydrogen is an area we've developed. Small modular reactors, the nuclear ones, but I don't think you're going to get net zero if we don't go into that route, etc. And all these areas, I believe, there's enough scope for cooperation, and that's what makes a platform like this, which is not just energy in the traditional. I mean, you have fossil fuel, you have renewables, and you have the SMRs, you have green hydrogen. In fact, we have got some of these on display also.
We're building the first 4 SMRs right now outside of Toronto for those types of, they're smaller, you can put them in smaller load centers, and we're very excited to talk to you about that.
Equally, yeah.
And bioenergy is another area that India, I mean, you are a powerhouse in agriculture. And
No, biomass, I mean, we didn't touch on sustainable aviation fuel, but let me just say that we've gone from 1.5% mixing of ethanol in the basic feed, which is available at our pumps. We had a target of 10% by November 22. We did it 5 months in advance. We had a target of 20% biofuel blending till 2030. We did that 6 years in advance. So because of the biomass, you're moving very fast. Sustainable aviation fuel. with or without the European Union mandates coming in over a period of time, we've already started applying our minds there, and I think there's a tremendous scope for both cooperation and investment in sustainable aviation fuels.
Minister, at times from outside, we think about Indian energy mostly as a big consumer, and we forget that you are a big producer. And I was very interested in listening the presentation of Prime Minister, your ambitions to try to do more in finding oil, going offshore. Can you speak a bit of that and why you are doing this?
No, for a very simple reason. If you look at our sedimentary basin, 3.5 million square kilometers, if you look at where we are situated in the Andaman, I mean, you go there, that is Indonesia, you've got Myanmar there. I mean, there is oil. Every time they spud a well, they find something. Now, when I make a mistake, the democratic process will throw that back at us and show us the mirror and say, but if we have been able to navigate and reach this point, there's something we must have been doing right.
I appreciate your words, Minister. We have only 3-4 minutes left, but I want to touch upon an area that you both have mentioned, and it's critical minerals. And if I can briefly bring this, one looks at critical minerals, it's just almost like driving at night blindfolded in a road that you have never been, because we barely have any good data. So, Secretary General, what can we do to improve that data?
Thank you. Yeah, we are truly a believer in importance of data, and data leads to better decisions, and they reduce uncertainty. We have been the custodian of the Joint Organization Data Initiative, JODI, and we have last year celebrated 20 years of JODI oil, and since 2014, we have been also providing data on natural gas. We are at the IEF looking to expand JODI, and we are exploring the possibility of adding other matrices like sustainability, and also could be critical minerals, because like you mentioned, it's an area that lacks data. But we are working with our partners. We work now with 7 international bodies like the UN, the Eurasia, APEC and Asia Pacific, OLADI in Latin America, and the OPEC and the IEA and the Gas Exporting Countries Forum. And we are looking to expand with other organizations like IRENA and other organizations in order to partner to improve the data availability to the energy arena.
Minister Hodgson, during the period that Canada was the chair of the G7, you made a big push into critical minerals and tried to get the G7 working together. Can you give us an update of those efforts? Where are we, and what are you planning further for critical minerals?
So we're at the last G7, we announced 26 transactions with 11 different countries, working on improving the investable minerals, trying to create greater certainty. That's through offtake agreements, in some cases price floors. That's in providing money for infrastructure. I know many other countries have been invited to start participating in the buyers group. What we're trying to do is create more of a level playing field. We've got one of the hegemons who's interested in controlling supply chains, and they have used that as part of the geopolitics that we're seeing. The critical minerals buying group is designed to create more certainty of supply for OEMs around the world.
opportunity question says that natural gas is no longer seen as it was a few years ago as a transition fuel, but a destination fuel. I'd love to hear your interpretation. Do you agree with that? And what changed to make it a destination fuel?
Thank you for having me on this panel. So India today is consuming about, say, only 6% of total energy basket of country, maybe 6.5%. And it was in 2015 when the Honorable Prime Minister of India set a vision of taking the consumption of natural gas to 15% of the total energy consumed in India. As Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas this morning mentioned that unfortunately we are closer to 6% than to 15%, which was the target for 2030. And there are factors responsible for that. But you are aware that even with this level of consumption, low level of consumption in the total energy basket as compared to the world average of about 25%, we are the fourth largest LNG importer in the world after China, Korea and Taiwan, so Japan. So there is a great potential for natural gas consumption in the country, and I definitely see natural gas no longer as a transition fuel, but as a destination fuel. And there are reasons for doing that, for assuming so. Natural gas on one front is extremely safe in operation as compared to other fuels. It is less polluting, much less polluting, and also in energy terms, it is less costlier than the competing fuels. So this creates a good scope for consumption of natural gas in the country. Natural gas also, from India's perspective, about 50% of the natural gas consumption in the country is produced domestically as compared to other conventional fossil fuels like crude oil, where the requirement of import is about 90%. So this also is a good reason why India should be importing more natural gas than to the other conventional fuels. Globally also, compared to crude oil, the production of natural gas going forward is going to go very high. There are new production centers coming up besides Qatar and US. There are many other centers. The projects are going in Argentina, in Alaska, in Canada. So there will be a lot of new channels of natural gas which will be available to the world and especially to India also, considering its consumption. Now, as of now, natural gas primary consumption in India is fertilizers. The affordability for fertilizer plants is not an issue because the urea plants in the country operate under a regulated scenario where they get the subsidy for whatever cost difference is there. So there the consumption is definitely likely to remain there, and in fact to substitute the imports of urea which are happening, we are going to have many more new plants coming up which will also consume natural gas. The second biggest consumption center in the country is city gas distribution, where you may be aware that the entire country has been authorized by the regulator for city gas operation. And it is the fastest growing segment as far as natural gas is concerned. And the consumption there is in the area of CNG for transport, for PNG for domestic, industrial and commercial sections. So there the growth is very positive, and since many of the geographical areas were authorized very late, so the consumption in those geographical areas is going to go very high in future years. As per PNGRB's estimate, which is a regulator for the country, Petroleum Natural Gas Regulatory Board, from the present levels of about 190-195 MMSCMD consumption of natural gas in the country, they expect that in a scenario where no major changes happen on the fiscal front, the consumption is likely to grow to about 300 MMSCMD by 2030, which is a good 50% jump from the current levels. And if there is a fiscal, say, scheme which is supporting natural gas, meaning that natural gas comes under the framework of GST, which will avoid the stranded input tax credit, and also the 14% excise duty on CNG goes with GST implementation, then in that scenario, PNGRB estimates that the consumption will grow to 365 MMSCMD by 2030 itself, and maybe above 600 by 2040. So I believe because of the safety consideration, because of the emission considerations, because of the cheaper fuel, and going forward, since many projects are coming world over, that will render natural gas in surplus, and it will be affordable for countries like India. And I believe that there will be consumption of natural gas to greater extent, and I believe that it is going to be the destination fuel, given the polluting nature of other conventional fuels, other fossil fuels, and also the problems which are there with renewable energy or green hydrogen, which we can discuss during next questions. Thank you.
No, thanks very much for a really good answer. And you mentioned the word affordability, which we will tackle shortly. But Fatima, I'd love to hear your thoughts about, by all means, talk about destination fuel, but I'd love to hear how you think of the role of gas evolving as countries which are continuing to push forward with the energy transition, but how gas's role might change or evolve, I say, with the transition and in countries of rapid economic growth.
Okay, good afternoon. It's good to be here. So we've been talking about LNG being a bridge to a destination that is different, depends on which scenario you're looking at. But I think we are a bit humble in the gas and LNG industry. We try to show that we are selfless, we're here only to complement others, or we step in when required. But in reality, the facts on the ground today are different. And I think if we look at the capital allocation, if we look at the number of projects that got FID, or in the way of getting FID to increase the capacity of gas, and more specifically LNG, you can see that this is definitely this is definitely a part of the energy mix that is going to be there for a very long time, and an integral part of the energy mix. And we are in ADNOC as well, and ADNOC Gas, we believe in this. Hence, within ADNOC Gas, we're investing more than 20 billion just on the domain of ADNOC Gas itself to increase the capacity, our processing capacity, by almost 30% by 2029. And on the other side, we can see that the qualities of the LNG are, other than the DNA of it, which is the lower emissions, and it's stepping in. And I have a say that LNG always for the rescue. So when the wind is not blowing, when any issues are in the system, LNG and gas is the one that steps in. And I think the dramatic change in how fast countries can tap into the LNG system is contributing to this, including how fast the FSRUs and the regasification systems can be tapped into. And more, we will start seeing more liquidity in the market with all of these projects being sanctioned. So definitely LNG is going to be here for long as a core part of our energy mix. And countries like India, where we've heard this morning, and we know that 30% of the incremental energy needs are going to be driven by the economic engine of India. Proximity to centers where this gas is produced, which translates into the deals that we've had and we've announced with India, the fact that it helps both producers and consumers to be complementary of each other and building on a relationship that really lasted for decades. So definitely, capital has spoken when it comes to the role of LNG people, and bankers are not going to invest for an energy source that will, an infrastructure that will last for just a few years.
That's so interesting. I mean, you know, I'm thinking as you were talking there about gas's role, I was thinking about some countries where the power sector already has around 50% of output in renewables. It's happened in a number of places in Europe and elsewhere, but Germany is a good example where they're actually building 20 gigawatts of new CCGTs to accept gas, all of which will be imported gas. So it very much plays to your point that it's very difficult, even with the best intentions, to take gas out of your system, energy system.
So I was in Norway this summer, last year's summer, and for Norway to have big proportion of its energy sourced from renewable, it makes sense, given the hydro power that is. I think we oversimplify sometimes when we say one solution will fit all. Depends on where you are. Some people are blessed. The way we are blessed, for example, with the petroleum resources and gas, some are blessed with the sun, the hydro, yet the overall, especially the growing markets, there is an increased role for gas to play in these to satisfy the requirements of their energy.
Thank you. Stephen, turn to you, and Fatima mentioned FSRUs there in her talk, floating storage and regas units. That's a big part of your business, and just goes to show you maybe have a slightly different perspective. I still like to think of the same question, if you don't mind, about how you see it as an infrastructure provider, among other things. Do you buy into what you've heard from Mr. Gupta and Fatima, the positive story for gas?
Yeah, no. Well, first of all, Simon, great to be here. Have the highest regard for Sandeep and Gail, and have admired Fatima for many years. She's one of the real superstars of international gas. It's great to be here.
Come maybe a bit closer to your microphone.
Am I too far away?
Just
I've
a little bit.
I've never been accused of being too quiet, Simon. So, to get started, it's funny. Just a few years ago, people would be criticized for saying LNG was a destination fuel, but it's absurd. And I think the world, as Fatima says, capital spoken, that doesn't matter. What matters is it's needed. I mean, what Dr. Sultan said this morning, it's an energy addition, it's not an energy transition. There's more and more need. There's been all of this liquefaction infrastructure that's been added, and that's fantastic. It is going to lead to greater affordability. I agree with that. Where the capital has not been deployed adequately has been in the one bottleneck that exists, which is in the regasification capacity. And since we're in India, and India is going to drive so much about LNG in the future, I absolutely agree with Sandeep on that. I think what goes unrecognized in this energy addition fuel is how prudent India's already been. I mean, by adding these terminals like Dabhol, Hazira, Dabhol, all of them, it's 52.7 million tons of capacity. So maybe half of that was utilized in 2025. That means you have this regasification capacity that is available as this commodity, has greater access, more affordability. That's all well and good. India needs even more of infrastructure to access this curve, the supply curve, and benefit from it disproportionately as I think they can. So I think India has been an example to the rest of the world. I mean, LNG, it is not a switch that you flip on. It is a system that you build, and you need to get ahead of the demand if you want to enjoy the greater availability and affordability. And I hope that's going to happen here. But it is a destination, but that's something that should be welcome because, frankly, what other fuel can balance renewables perfectly, can be a baseline for people who need it, who can add to reducing pollution while helping renewables scale. I mean, it is the ideal fuel in many ways, so I'm glad it's part of a permanent addition.
Thank you. Now, you might have noticed in the audience the word affordability was mentioned quite a lot this morning in the opening ceremony, and we've had it twice already today. And I think it's very central to the story of India's gas industry, cost of imported gas. Now, Mr. Gupta, India is seen as a price-sensitive market. I mean, I think it's probably a truism. And when we look at what happened over the last 2 years, where prices generally been quite high, as you'll all know, but prices dipped to about $8 an MMBTU imported LNG in the first half of 2024, and LNG demand jumped by 5 million tons. And then when prices went back up again in 2025, the imports went down again. So I think it's a really good example. So I wonder if you'd expand on this point about affordability being a key factor if LNG is to meet the country's targets or the government's targets. And in Wood Mackenzie forecasts, demand will double or even triple over the next decade and a half or so. Love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I fully agree that India is a very, very price-sensitive market. And a lower price for any fuel, and this natural gas also, is definitely a big factor in ensuring the consumption or increased consumption of that fuel. Now, as I mentioned, the consumption of natural gas in the country is, the largest share is in fertilizers, which is agnostic to price because of the ruling subsidy scheme for fertilizers in the country. And we believe that regime will continue for many years to go. So that consumption center is sort of protected and is agnostic to the price movements. The second consumption center is city gas distribution, and this is the fastest growing segment and perhaps would overtake fertilizer in a matter of years. There the biggest sector in city gas distribution consumption is the CNG for vehicles. And as I mentioned, natural gas is presently not covered under GST. And presently there is a tax called excise duty on CNG when it is supplied to vehicles, which is at the rate of 14%. If I can translate into numbers, it is 10 rupees per kg, or I can say it is maybe about 1/8 of the price, pump price. So if gas is covered under GST, this 14% excise duty goes, and it becomes extremely comfortable for the consumers, because definitely CGD companies will reduce their pump prices, and then the consumption of CNG will be very comfortable for the consumers. So as far as CNG, which is the biggest segment of CGD, is concerned, there again, I believe that with coverage of natural gas into GST, which again is a matter of time only, it is certain that this will come under GST. It is only pending because of the fiscal considerations of the states. This is a federal structure. So there again, besides fertilizer, the CNG being the biggest segment area, consumption area, will again be protected and will not face the wrath of high prices. The other area is power, which is again very, very sensitive, and at these prices, whether it is even at $8 per MMBTU, it is not viable for power, and the power consumption takes place only when there is a peak power demand in the country in the summer months. So there definitely price affordability is a big concern, and similarly for other sectors like refineries or petrochemicals or other industrial consumptions. But we believe that with the since India and companies like GAIL have their supply sources which are linked to oil also and which are linked to HH also, so there is a fine balance of basis also. So we believe that with softening of Brent prices, the oil-linked gas, LNG, will definitely be much affordable from the current levels. It is also said that Brent may drop to $40, but if it is not, even if not at 40, even $50 will be very comfortable for a country like India. As far as HH is concerned, with the fresh wave of projects coming in US, we believe that maybe 27 onwards, the HH prices should also soften, and that should provide good affordability for consumers in India. So, given the price projections which are available, we believe that the prices will be very comfortable, and the gas consumption in country, in India especially, will go up from here to greater levels.
It's a very thorough analysis. Thank you for that. And if we think about the next 5 or 6 years, where, as you mentioned latterly, a lot of new projects coming on stream, we certainly believe the price will be at quite a modest level, perhaps below $8 for periods of time, the spot price into Asia and indeed Europe. It seems like quite a good opportunity, and do you think, and that's not so much oil price linked contracts, but spot taking from the US mainly, or whoever's going to sell it at that price, I suppose. Do you think Indian companies will be quite opportunistic just to buy more, fill the capacity, spare capacity that's in the market? Because the market's obviously there, as you say, in the different elements, whether it's city gas or CNG for vehicles.
So as far as meeting the demand in the country is concerned, the demand has to be met whatever be the price levels. Given that the entire country has been authorized for city gas distribution, given that the fertilizer plants have to be operated because fertilizer otherwise will be imported. The consumption in the country for natural gas will definitely be there. The levels of price will determine the rate of growth. So if the prices are affordable, then the rate of growth will be very high. And definitely Indian companies, as such, at these price levels, have also tied up good volumes and on a regular basis tie up new volumes. And we believe that with softening of the prices, definitely there will be more contracts, more long-term contracts which will be lined up by these companies.
Thank you. Pat, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but I'm going to follow on this train of thought with Stephen. You touched on it a little bit about the infrastructure, capacity utilization, but it seems to me that there's obviously a little bit of maybe undercapacity, you say, but that might change a little bit when if prices do fall and demand picks up. And what do you think about that? Is this a great opportunity for a company like Accelerate to take advantage of it, or to fulfill the demand needs of India? I suppose might be a better way of putting it.
I think, Simon, I'd simply say Accelerate obsesses about the downstream portion of the LNG value chain. I mean, it's a great commodity. It's a fantastic commodity. It's also cryogenic and super chilled, and it needs specialized receiving infrastructure. And that infrastructure has received nowhere near the tens of billions of dollars that have gone into liquefaction. So yes, we're excited about the role we have in the world. You know, our fleet has our newest floating terminals coming out of Korea in a couple of months, going to our Iraq project. It's going to take our overall regas capacity up to about 55 million tons. It's not enough, though. There needs to be more investment spent on regasification, because affordability is great, but if you can't turn that into a vapor and distribute it, it doesn't do you much good. So we feel like we're on a mission. We've known that's a critical component of this, and we are all over the world, you know, Brazil, Argentina, Finland, and we're anxious to do more. We want to enter India. We want to be a good partner. There's a lot of discussion this morning about reliability. I think every market that Accelerate has served over the past 20 years knows we're a good partner, a good steward, our best in class. Our operational uptime last year was 99.9%. But it's not just that. It's knowing that if a sovereign or a market is counting on you, that you will be dependable for them. and we take that to heart, and the world needs a lot more of that. This is, we're going to be happy to do whatever model may work here. This is going to be an incredible market. We're not going to be hidebound to any particular approach we've had in the rest of the world. I tell everyone, we want to provide what someone wishes to buy. That might be a fully integrated terminal like in Iraq. We're doing the floating terminal, the jetty, the supply. That may be one component. That may be a minority stake. The main thing is move, like add capacity, add the ability to enjoy this ride that's coming, this wave. And frankly, just from what I've seen of India, I think they can exploit this wave. I think they can be one of the major beneficiaries. I think with the right policies, partnerships, open up even more capacity just as they have done, they could be perhaps the real winner of the coming LNG wave and set a new standard. So, and look, that's for this intense demand. We're also in places like Brazil with Petrobras where they really just use it as a backstop for their abundant hydropower whenever, every 4 or 5 years there's a drought. Happy to serve that need too. It's all about having a dynamic, robust system, enjoying whatever energy security one's particular market needs. And all those different forms of energy security vary, whether it is backstopping a very ancient intermittent renewable called drought, or you talked about Germany with the Dunkel floats or dark lull when all the renewables go offline. They still kind of want electricity. It's great for that. So the amount of investment is tremendous. I mean, we just put $1 billion into a Caribbean platform for a small-scale model. I think small-scale, we see that being deployed in other regions in the world, possibly India too, where you get into a hub and spoke, smaller vessels, breaking bulk, trucks as we're using there. Use every tool in the toolbox. I get back to, it's an energy addition. Use all that. It's all about going the last mile. Get this wonderful product to an end user. Invest in the last mile. So we want to do that in any way we can.
Well, thank you. And we've heard about affordability from infrastructure players, essentially, and buyers of LNG. But Fatima, affordability is, even for a supplier, is an important factor. I'd love to hear your reflections about affordability, why affordability in India and other developing markets is important for you for helping the economy in its growth path.
So affordability, I believe, is a relative word. Depends on where you're talking or who you're talking to. But I'll reflect on our conversation with our Indian partners throughout the past years. And I can see that we were fixated at a certain point on the terms of prices earlier on. But as the dialogue evolved, we've seen that realization that the economic resilience is not just built on the cheapest source of energy. It's also built on the source of energy that you can plan around. And competitiveness comes from predictability, not volatility. So if I just elaborate a bit here, predictability protects economies, especially the fast-growing economies like India. You would see that those economies suffer from the volatility. And if I just limit to LNG, for example, we know that the spot market fluctuates 3 times the long-term contracts. So having a long-term contract creates that kind of stability to plan around and to build industries around and to invest in infrastructure. So we've heard about the investment in city gas, we've heard about expansion in fertilizer. All of this requires that kind of long-term vision. In our case, with our Indian partner, this translated into 3.2 million ton signed just in the past 18 months or so. So this realization is having that traction and translated into now reality on the ground. As ADNOC Gas, we will be supplying 20% of our contracts, in fact, by 2029, where Waste LNG starts, to Indian customers. There is also the scale that we have in Indian market. So growth of 3 to 4% is meaningful in a size like the Indian market. And in order for these industries to stay competitive, it's important for them to have that long-term visibility over what's coming their way when it comes to the energy market.
So listening to your story there, I absolutely get that. The predictability is fine in a market where you're going to see LNG demand double or triple, as we suggest. You can't be absolutely certain what it's going to do year by year, but the destination, to use that phrase, is obviously there. It's very different in different parts of the world, where I imagine maybe less appetite for signing very long-term contracts, for example. Is that something you find? It's a very diversified buying community out there, even though gas is going places. Some countries are trying to decarbonize quicker, uncertain about their policy. Do you find that?
So it's funny because as ADNOC Gas, we're a supplier in the UAE to the local market as well as an exporter. So when the customer, like in Japan, or they tell us about the uncertainties that they're facing, we're living it because we're supplying. So we know about the uncertainty when it comes to how the energy mix would look like and how much nuclear is going to be integrated into the system or coming back into the system. We get this, and this is, I think, this is what makes the conversation easier. And sometimes within your contracts, you have to reflect some kind of a reality as well.
Yeah, and I think it leads to a world where consumers, or buyers, if you like, have quite a diversified portfolio of long-term contracts and some short-term space, depending what the price is and what have you. They will have say, 3 to 5 year contracts and buy some on spot. And suppliers and portfolio players will also have to adapt to that and be able to serve it.
Yeah. So within ADNOC system as a whole, we've evolved throughout the years. So we've evolved from that one destination, long-term contract, a destination going to Japan, into more of a portfolio. Our strategy for the base indigenous, let's say, production is at least securing an offtake for 80% of that volume through a long-term contract, because we also like predictability to some extent and balancing it. But within the ecosystem of ADNOC, we've also established the trading desk, which capitalizes on these long-term flows and generates an upside flexibility as well as margins. And I think the boundaries that we've had some time back between someone called producer and another called consumer is becoming blurry. You see more and more from the consumer side becoming also a portfolio players, and the same thing from the producing. We're becoming more of and working on optimization and investing in different nodes as well, and creating that kind of portfolio. So long term, if there is a bridge, I would say, on how the industry is operating as LNG, I can see that we are going into this more liquid, more dynamic industry going forward.
Yeah, and you just used that word. I was going to conclude your point by saying you're describing a more liquid market. It's going to be it's not only going to grow, but it's going to be more diverse, more liquid, and more efficient market, I would say. And you can send cargoes to where it's needed, rather than something that's fixed, which I think is good for everybody. Stephen, you've talked a little bit about this, but what you touched upon was, you mentioned Brazil, for example, which is where and I think you've got Jamaica as well. I'm just wondering, in this more diversified ecosystem, more countries looking to, not necessarily for giant contracts, what you see of the potential future on a sort of 5 to 10 year view for a country like Accelerate? Are there boundless opportunities, or are they sort of individual niche opportunity, each one slightly different from the other? I'd be keen to hear your thoughts on how you might develop the business.
I think every market has its own nuances, but Simon, when you back off and look at the global trend, it is going to be adopted as a fuel. It's still going to be needed in mature places. We're in Finland and Germany, and I think they will continue to take as well. But we are solidly, we're headquartered in Houston, but all our time is spent all over the world, being a reliable partner to very diverse markets and sovereigns. And I think we realize you can't tell somebody how they need to use it, how it should fit into their energy system. We go places where it immediately becomes just a baseline need. But, another example is if somebody has an indigenous gas supply, what's the decline curve on that? Is there already some downstream infrastructure, but local production decline curves are accelerating and causing there to be an intense need to add it to the system. That's one scenario. Energy security is always there. I don't think anyone's ever going back or taking in energy security for doubt or having in doubt. In fact, Minister Singh Puri this morning, I loved his emphasis was on availability, affordability, sustainability, but he said energy security is survival. It quite literally is to an economy. It's literally an economy's lifeblood, so you have to ensure that your economy's lifeblood can flow. So we know it's going to be out there. It's going to be in pockets. That's why I was kind of excited about deploying our small-scale model. Some of our FSRUs will push nearly 5 million tons of LNG a year. That's great. That's useful in those markets. But others are going to need far smaller parcels, broken and distributed across geographies that may not be able to be reached by pipe, may not be able to be economic by pipe. So there are going to be all types of markets that, I think the floating import terminals of one form or another will have viability, because this wave's not going to be absorbed just in parcels of 5 million tons. This wave there'll be some of it. Some of it's going to be 500,000 tons, 1 million tons, and it's important to get to serve all those people who will have the same need and the same benefit from it. So you're probably feeling it. I'm really excited. Our company's excited. We've been doing this for 20 years, but we're probably as excited now as we've ever been about where this global industry is, and quite frankly, the difference it can make in ordinary people's lives. Because you add affordable energy, you get inclusive growth. You get a more buoyant economy, you get an increase in GDP. That raises living standards. It's hard not to be excited about what the wave of LNG will bring to bear.
And just a quick follow-up on that. You didn't actually mention Jamaica, I don't think, did you? Which is a business you've acquired. But I'm imagining it's not the biggest thing you've got. But I wondered, tell us a wee bit about it, but also, I mean, is something like that, can you leverage off that into parts of India, for example, just putatively?
Well, I mean, certainly
that aren't touched by Gale's pipelines just yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's obviously you need small-scale distribution for an island or an archipelago like the Caribbean. We have a power plant there. I said we bought $1 billion of import terminal, small-scale import terminal. We're distributing by small-scale ship, by truck, by everything, and we hope to distribute that around the Caribbean. I think it will be a model. I'm actually excited also about resiliency because soon, we'd been there 4 or 5 months. We immediately started hardening for hurricanes. We understand hurricane or cyclonic activity. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa came through Jamaica, and the Prime Minister said, look, you've proved the point on the resiliency of thermal power. You promptly moved the FSRU out of the path. You were back online immediately. You know, we were flowing gas right away. Our trucks were delivering to every small-scale off-grid who had LNG, had their power back online when others didn't. And we also delivered about 75,000 kilograms of relief aid to the people of Jamaica immediately too. So we can deal in hostile environments. We're in the Bay of Bengal at the moment. We can deal with it, and we can be a good and reliable partner, and we take pride in serving the people of the markets that we're in.
Thank you. Sandy, we know the demand is there as long as the price is right, if you like. But you're still charged with delivering the infrastructure and getting the gas to market. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about what are your top priorities? What have you got to do, say, in the next, it's only 4 years till 2030 to make sure, get as close to that government target as you can? And what's the main challenge?
Notwithstanding the price, we as a national player, national company, we are committed and we believe that infrastructure must precede consumption. And towards that end, we have laid a good infrastructure for gas consumption in the country. So if I start with, say, terminals, import terminals for LNG, PLL is Petronet LNG Limited is the largest terminal operator in the country. And GAIL is a promoter of that company with 12.5% stake along with other players. And they operate the largest terminal in the country, 17.5 million metric ton, which is expanding to 22.5, which is not counted in your 52.7. So, and we have our own terminal at Dabhol, which is having a present capacity of 5 million ton, but which cannot operate at 5 million ton because of the heating requirements not being there. For want of our plant operation at Ratnagiri. So we are putting up our own facilities, and we will not only we will operate it at 5 million ton, but we have plans to expand it to 6.3 million ton very soon, and later to much higher levels. So as far as terminals are concerned, the terminals in India are only operate at about 50% of capacity. So there is enough spare capacity already available, and already many terminals are expanding their capacities. Like I mentioned about the Dahej, we are expanding our own terminal. A new terminal of PLL is coming at Gopalpur that will have 4 million ton capacity, and there are other players. I cannot talk on their behalf, but I am sure that there are other players who are sitting looking to the increase in the consumption of natural gas, and they are ready to expand their terminal capacities in India. So as far as import infrastructure is concerned, there is a sufficient infrastructure as of now also, and there are players who are ready to expand that infrastructure to greater levels, including GAIL. The second is pipelines. So as such, we have about 25,000 kilometers of natural gas pipelines operating in the country, of which GAIL owns 18,000 and will be commissioning about 3,000 kilometer pipeline very shortly. So, and we have plans to take this capacity to about 34 to 35,000 kilometers in a matter of years only. And since the entire country has been authorized for city gas distribution, it is the duty of the regulator for the play of all the players to see that the natural gas pipelines reach to every consumption center of the country, so that they are not sort of forced to bring gas to their geographical areas through unviable means of road transportation. So there also we are very committed and we are laying infrastructure. Fortunately, in the country, there is a regime which allows that at least nominated pipelines are allowed or assured return of 12%. So many of our pipelines were laid in that regime and they are enjoying the assured returns. But even for the new pipelines which are awarded on bidding basis, we have been securing pipelines and we are committed to secure more authorization for the pipelines. And the regulator is very committed to lay down the roadmap of putting up new pipelines in the country. So, and as far as the city gas distribution, I already mentioned that there are 307 geographical areas which covers the entire mainland of the country, and it is already authorized, and various entities beside GAIL are operating those geographical areas. We operate 72 of that 307 geographical areas, GAIL and GAIL group companies. So we do about 23%, 23% of geographical areas is within our fold. But within those geographical areas, I am proud to inform that we own about 40% of the CNG stations and about 65% of the domestic PNG consumption connections. So notwithstanding the consumption levels, we are expanding our infrastructure in city gas distribution also, and within those city gas distribution, the CNG stations and the domestic PNG consumptions connections also. Now to increase the consumption, we have decided that we will also invest in those consumption areas. So we have recently signed an MOU with 2 of the states to put up fertilizer plants. We already have presence in fertilizer plants as a joint venture partner, but these we are doing at our own. So that the natural gas consumption in the country can be taken forward. So as far as infrastructure is concerned, we are very committed, and as a state player, it is our belief that the infrastructure should be laid ahead of the consumption coming up, and we are not shying away from that.
Not shying away from it and not short of opportunities, I think would be a summary of that. Sounds very good. Now, to close off the session, Fatima, this is an industry that doesn't work for solo players, if you like, and I'd love to hear your philosophy about partnership and collaboration and how important that is, you think, to achieve all the things we've heard from all 3 of you today and build a great sort of gas business for India and elsewhere.
So if we've established that LNG and gas is not just a bridge, it's a backbone of the growth of the economy, and the market is changing in terms of dynamics, that does not discount the fact that there should be a partnership when it comes to the consumer-buyer-seller relationship. And I think in ADNOC, we've exported the first cargo in 1977. So if anybody knows anything about partnership, it would be ADNOC Gas. The first lesson I would say we've learned that that you have to respect the partner. You have to be transparent, and this is a relationship that is not transactional in nature as much as it is an investment for decades. The market will have its up and down. We've seen prices hitting record high, yet we did not at all in any chance break our commitment. Since the 77, we did not default in any of the commitments towards any of our customers. So investing in the relationship, full transparency, and as they say, in sickness and health, you have each other's back. And this pays off because we've seen it. I went to our investment committee and I promised them for Ruwais LNG that we will have 80% of the LNG committed before FID. And it was almost, in my mind, it was mission impossible. How can we do this in months? But the market reacted, and this is the credibility that we built across the years. So we've managed to secure 80% of Ruwais LNG through long-term contracts, including our Indian partners here, in just 16 months. And this is how partnership, I think, and this is how you invest in the relationship for the longer term.
Well, in a world that seems to be becoming ever more transactional, it's a very uplifting point you've made to finish our session. So Sandeep, Fatima and Stephen, I'd like to thank you for your contributions, and I think they deserve a round of applause, please.
Part number.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for making the way back from lunch. My name is Javier Blas. I'm opinion columnist at Bloomberg in London. And it's my pleasure to be moderating this panel this afternoon, focusing on the energy divide. I mean, sometimes, often, we take for granted access to energy, and particularly access to electricity, which is so key for modern life, but still a significant proportion of the world's population doesn't really enjoy access to many forms of energy, in particular electricity. I have a great panel to make this discussion from the policy side. Several ministers who are deeply involved in trying to improve access to energy in their countries and around the world. But first, before I quickly introduce the panelists, a reminder in terms of translation. We have a speaker who will be speaking in Russian. So if you want the translation, you have your headphones in your seats. Channel 1 is for English, and Channel 5 is for Russian. Again, Channel 1 is for English, and Channel 5 is for Russian. My panel, on my further left, and not any political indication whatsoever, it's my pleasure to welcome the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. Again, we shared the podium earlier this morning. Closer to me, one step here, Vice Minister Heidra of the Netherlands, Vice Minister of Energy. Mr. Kosovev from the Eurasian Economic Union, and closer to me, Minister Moyo of Zimbabwe. So thank you so much for being here. And Secretary General, if I can again, and sorry, I'm just putting this burden on you, but use your services as the expert in the panel, and perhaps provide a bit of the scene of where we are when we talk about the energy divide and energy poverty, exactly what we are talking about, and on what numbers are we talking about in terms of the number of people that don't have access to electricity or access what we call modern, clean cooking fuels.
Thank you, Javier. It's a pleasure to be here in Goa for India Energy Week, and it's a pleasure to be part of this distinguished panel. Let me just give you my perspective on the energy divide. Closing the energy divide can sound very technical, but there's major human and economic elements associated with it. The energy divide is not just about who have electricity and who doesn't have it. It's about reliability, it's about affordability, and it's about opportunity. So who has the reliable power, who can afford it, and who has the ability to turn it into opportunity for progress and build better life. When the energy is missing, it's going to be expensive, it's going to be unstable, everything becomes much harder. Many sectors suffers: health, systems, education, jobs, productivity, and small businesses and households as well. So it is have economic and social dimensions to it. Despite the progress, we still have over 700 million people who lack access to modern energy systems. And across the world, there are different numbers, but it's, as mentioned even today by Honorable His Excellency Minister Puri, it's more than 2 billion people who are still using traditional biomass and wood and coal for cooking, which has very negative implications on health, and particularly for women and children.
Let me just, I want that you continue, but as a journalist and a writer, sometimes I try to simplify numbers. And to me, two things that you just said are extraordinary. One is, on the numbers that you say, that means that 1 in 10 people in planet Earth don't have access to electricity, and 1 in 4 people don't have access to modern cooking fuels.
Yes.
I mean, like if we were an average of the population, of the world's population, someone in this panel, probably that will be me, is cooking basically today with firewood. That is how important the problem is to me. I mean, that just, when one think about that we are 5 people on this panel, and potentially that will mean that one of us, we didn't have access. It's just remarkable.
That's very true. It's really putting it in perspective. And it's important that, there are now efforts to improve that situation. And many countries, including India, are working with renewed interest to sort out this phenomenon. And LPG is considered one of the important fuels that would replace the traditional biomass. And it is, interesting that it's addressed by even major organizations, including the IEF, and we have now the IEA and OPEC are also have renewed interest in pushing forward this agenda. And as mentioned today in the opening inaugural session, that the government of India has delivered over 103 million liquefied petroleum gas (LPG) connections to underserved households in India. And that's, I think, it's a major achievement. And I think the world needs to push more forward on these efforts across particularly in the developing countries and particularly in the global south.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. That provides a great background of the problem that we face ourselves. Let me take that now to the policy discussion, and perhaps I can start with you, Mr. Moyo. We discussed many times the energy trilemma: affordability, security, and the environment. And it has been a lot of discussion about how to get it right. From your perspective, coming from Zimbabwe, are we getting it right? And how you see this debate evolving in the next few years? You're on.
Oh. Yeah. Thank you very much. First, I want to thank our hosts for inviting us to this very important Energy Week. And we look forward to further engagements, because in Southern Africa, we are also having a Southern African Development Community Energy Week in Zimbabwe, in the famous Victoria Falls, from the 22nd of February to the 27th. So we invite those who are listening to us so we can focus on the 14 countries in Southern Africa. The issues of security of supply are upmost in our minds, because we lack generation of electricity is not adequate for Zimbabwe, is not adequate for Southern Africa, and we have demand which exceeds supply. So we are attracting investments in the generation of power, and I think that is going on well. There are investments from the private sector, and governments are doing something. But at the same time, we are aware that infrastructure to evacuate that electricity is needed. So our transmission and distribution networks are also needing investments. And we have now made sure that our legal instruments allow the private sector to invest not just in generation, but also in transmission and distribution. Further than that, the issues of affordability are very critical. We live in a country where the poor are actually poor. And when we now need to look at the balance between security, affordability, and in the environment, let me start with affordability. In order to attract the private sector, which we are attracting, we need a cost-reflective tariff. The investors need to understand how much they will get from generation, the power purchase agreement from our transmission company, and the transmission company also needs to be kept alive with willing power, and then the distribution. The distribution and the last mile, we are also attracting the private sector. So those who want to come and do investment in connections to households, we need to have a cost-reflective tariff. That means that cost-reflective tariff could, in fact, be against the affordability of some of our people. But at present, we want to attract more investment. The issue of the environment, we are aware that the Paris Agreement gives us indication of how much we should have in terms of contribution to the environment. But we are fully aware that in countries like Zimbabwe or everyone in Southern Africa, the issue of fossil fuels, thermal, is upmost in our mind because it gives us our base load. At the same time, our renewable energy, particularly hydro, has been doing very well, but because of climate change, droughts, we have been impacted on. So we now are diversifying into, as an expansion, into solar, into wind, into what we call waste to energy. So in Zimbabwe, we have started on a program of waste to energy in Harare, and we are doing that in other cities. But others in Southern Africa have come to see what we are doing in waste to energy, and we think that will also become very popular. Hydrogen, yes, we have sent people to go and learn about what is happening in our neighbor, Namibia, which is more advanced. So all these sources of energy we are looking at, but the balance between security of supply, the balance with affordability, and the balance with environment is something that we put our eye to.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Heydra, what is the perspective from your country? Because one of the most remarkable things that we have seen over the last few years in Europe is that all of a sudden we have to think really hard about energy security and affordability, even for Europeans who have got used to have almost guarantee access to electricity, and we got used also to cheap energy.
Thank
there
you.
You are. Perfect.
Yep. Thank you, Xavier. Indeed, a very good question. And every energy minister struggles how to get a balance in the energy triangle right between sustainability, affordability, and security of supply. And you're absolutely right. Europe has focused a lot on sustainability over the last 5 years with a Green Deal, with a 55% reduction of CO2 by 2030. But at the same time, due to geopolitical forces, we came to realize that energy cannot be taken for granted. The war in the Ukraine, other geopolitical movements showed us that energy security is important. And if we don't fix energy security, prices will rise so much that the household energy bill will increase to unsustainable levels, even for rich Europeans. So, and I think there's also here a parallel for Europe and India, the Netherlands and India, when we look at how we should fix the triangle. I think in this morning's meeting we saw what Prime Minister Modi showed us about the trade deal that was announced yesterday, where we see that Europe and India want to work together, to stabilize their economies and also fix their energy relationships, because that is a multi-layered one. Both India and the European Union are heavy importers of energy. And energy security, therefore, always also means, of course, you need to tap all your natural resources, but you also, by having renewables into the system, can have more energy security. You're more certain that you can provide your own energy. And because you're no longer relying always or exclusively on volatile fossil flows, you see that by making your energy system more sustainable, you're also ensuring that there is more price stability and, in the long run, affordability, because it helps you to target policies to the poorest households if you know what the price of energy is in your economy. So I think our way of approaching it is from the perspective of an importing country, diversify, find as many countries with which you can cooperate that are like-minded democracies where the rule of law is strong, and then by making this switch to more sustainable energy, also trying to achieve more security and affordability.
Let's talk about, in particular, electricity, because I think that is absolutely key. And let me just go back to you, Mr. Moyo, and then I'm going to follow with Mr. Kosochev. What has worked in your country to make sure that we increase the number of people that have access to electricity? What has been the key policies that you think have proven to be working?
Well, the first policy that we have done is to have a cost-reflective tariff, so that our utility can expand. But that cost-reflective tariff is also meant to attract the private sector. And the private sector has come in heavily to invest in generation. Where we think we still need some more investment is in transmission and distribution. The infrastructure is needed there. We also have a rural electrification fund, where we know that distributed energy, off-grid distribution and the power is through that rural electrification fund. So everybody who uses commercial electricity in Zimbabwe is charged 6%, so that we can use that money to focus on the rural areas. Because the rural areas, while the country is electrified 62%, but the rural areas are still at 27%. And we need to increase the connections there. Of course, we also are using our clean energy strategy to assist in the rural areas and in the urban areas to supplement the electricity. We have said, let's look at electricity as an enabler, particularly for the young. And all our schools, we want by this year, all the schools to be electrified, all the clinics to be electrified, so that we don't leave anyone and no place behind. It's crucial that all the children, especially in this digital world, are given an opportunity to have electricity so that they can go into the digital world. So these are the strategies that we are using, but the policies that we have now put in our compact energy compact, has 5 pillars. All of those are aimed at increasing access, at increasing security, and also affordability.
Thank you. Mr. Kosochev, energy access has been a very important topic in the Eurasian Economic Union, and particularly electricity. And obviously, when we are thinking about access, we are talking about affordability, and the price of electricity is there very, very important. Can you tell us where are we in making sure that the price of electricity is right and that people are able to afford access to energy?
Спасибо, господин модератор. Ну, во-первых, я хочу поприветствовать от имени Евразийской экономической комиссии. Евразийский экономический союз – это достаточно молодая организация. Нам в прошлом году исполнилось 10 лет. И вопрос энергобезопасности является одним из самых ключевых вопросов в нашем экономическом интеграционном союзе. Надо отметить, что наше интеграционное сообщество обладает огромными запасами энергоресурсов. Мы по запасам нефти, запасам газа 20% мировых запасов, по выработке, производству, добыче 25%, нефти 7%, производства 15%, угля 20%, добычи 6%. Урана запасов у нас 27% и 43% производства всего мира. Электроэнергии у нас выработка 5% мирового производства. Теперь то, что касается доступности электроэнергии в странах ЕС, это очень важный, один из ключевых вопросов. Для этого что необходимо? Необходимо 3 ключевых фактора. Это наличие энергоресурсов, второе – доступ населения к инфраструктуре, то есть электрическим сетям. И, конечно, немаловажный вопрос – это вопрос цены на электроэнергию. Какая же особенность значит, электросистемы в странах Евразийского экономического союза? Первое, это у нас развитая инфраструктура, у нас всегда это было, но в течение независимости, больше 30 лет, каждая страна развивалась по своим направлениям. Сейчас мы делаем шаги к тому, чтобы создать общий электроэнергетический рынок наших стран. Для этого нам необходимо привести в соответствие наши нормативно-правовые акты, и ключевым фактором это является договор о нашем союзе, где расписано, что мы должны проводить согласованную, гармонично согласованную политику. Что дает нам создание общего электроэнергетического рынка? Она даст возможность недискриминационный доступ к источникам, создание прозрачной открытой системы путем на основе биржевых механизмов. И результаты мы можем использовать генерирующие мощностя друг друга, потому что один из самых больших проблем это устаревшая инфраструктура в наших странах. И когда зимний период, особенно сейчас, сейчас там очень холодно, страны наши в энергетической системе могут помогать друг другу. И самое главное, чего мы достигаем, это энергетическая безопасность. Особенно в такой тяжелый период мы добились того, что сегодня мы решили все вопросы доступности населения к энергоресурсам.
Thank you, Minister. Secretary General Al-Shirawi, we made, as the world, big progress in increasing the access to electricity over the last few decades, but it feels, looking at some of the numbers, that we are struggling to kind of reach that last 700 million people, and that in percentage terms, we have been flatlining around 10% of the world's population without electricity for the last few years, and that number doesn't seem to come down. It's just as simple as the last bit of the effort is the most difficult one, or do you think that something has changed that is just going to make more difficult to resolve completely the problem?
Well, I think you're right. I think we have had the low-hanging fruits picked up, and now we are having the difficult part to reach the more difficult areas. I think it needs more efforts from everybody, whether it's countries, whether it's multilateral institutions, and whether it's investors. We need more partnership between public and private partnership in order to achieve the objectives. Today, this morning, in the inaugural session, we talked about the energy trilemma. We talked about, energy security, energy affordability and access, and also sustainability. And one important element in order to achieve access and to achieve affordability is to have data. And data is very important for decision. It enables investors to know that there are opportunities. And in the absence of data, that hinders progress and hinders investors to reach the areas that need the energy most. I think we talked about the International Energy Forum as the custodian of the Joint Organization Data Initiative, and we collect data at the moment on oil and gas, and we have been doing this for oil more than 20 years and about 11 years for gas, but we are also expanding it to other areas of sustainability metrics and maybe even critical minerals. But we do have difficulties and we face challenges to collect data. Although we work with international partners like the UN statistical divisions, Eurostat, IEA, OPEC, and APEC in the Asia Pacific and others, and we're trying to explore to get more partners in order to improve the quality of data and the completeness and the accuracy of data, because we use country official data for reporting on on oil and gas at the moment. And the difficulties we have, OECD countries, we get much better data and more accurate data, but we do have difficulties with developing world. So I think it needs more attention to provide the data. So, analysts and investors can have access to the data so they can establish the opportunities to increase, the access to energy.
To me, as I was preparing notes for this panel, and I went to the UN website to find some data on the number of people that don't have access to cooking fuels. And in two different bits of the UN system, I found a number that was 2.1 billion. In another bit, it was 2.4 billion. And, that is 300 million people, which is like a significant number of the European countries all put together. And, we don't really know what the number is, which makes implementing or designing any policy very difficult. Mr. Moyo, I wanted to come to you as we were talking about cooking. A similar question that I was asking you on electricity. What is working in your country, and what is your personal experience as a policymaker on what works and on what doesn't work?
Wow, a lot of the cooking, both in urban areas and in the rural areas, has been relying on biomass. And the government's policy now is to try to get 3.1 million households in the rural areas electrified, as well as have other programs for clean cooking. The gas expansion has been expanding very rapidly, both in urban areas and in the rural areas, and we're encouraging it. We are also encouraging people to use what is simply their waste or the waste of their animals to create gas so that they can have clean cooking. And the government gives incentives in order for those to have stoves, gas stoves and things like that in the rural areas and also in the urban areas. So there's been a growth in clean cooking, but that's not enough for now. And that's why we are calling on investors. We are calling on particularly Indian companies that have a lot of experience in such areas as clean cooking. We have coal bed methane gas in Zimbabwe in abundance, but we have not exploited it. It needs a lot of exploration. We have explored for natural gas, and we have plenty of it now. And together with Southern African countries, we have mapped out the reticulation of pipelines, both within Zimbabwe to reach the last mile, and also the interconnections that will need to take place between Zimbabwe and Zambia, between Zimbabwe and Botswana, between Zimbabwe and Mozambique, in order to have gas flowing in all directions. So that is the situation that we have, and the Southern African Power Pool is doing its own interconnectors. So we think that in the next 5 years, starting this year, we are going to accelerate our interconnectors, we are going to accelerate our transmission line, but at the same time want to reach the rural areas and urban areas with clean cooking.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hayra, a lot of the problem with cooking fuels is going to need support from the West, and your country has been doing a lot of very good work in that area as a major donor. From your perspective, what is working, what has been a bit of a disappointment, and where do you see, what do you see we need to do next in terms of, from a donor country, in terms that we help that 2.1 to 2.4 billion people that still lack access to modern cooking fuels?
Thank you very much. Indeed, a very good question. And if I would summarize it in one line, it would be work with local populations, work with local communities. We've been a donor or clean cooking solutions for the last decade, together with the World Bank, with other partners. And sometimes we've given gas cooking sets to local communities for free. And then we came back a year later and we found out that they were not used simply because the gas was unable to reach the location, or it was simply too expensive because people didn't have $50 a year to spend on these advanced cooking fuels. So the minister from Zimbabwe gave a great example where in local communities, when there's manure, when there's cow dung, you can use something that is already locally available to upgrade it into a clean cooking fuel and work with the communities, and then it works two ways. So what we have learned is not focus on a single source, always do a multi-fuel, multi-source approach, work with the local communities, see what they need, understand the dynamics of the local markets, understand what people can afford, and with that, a solution in India might be completely different from a solution in Africa. In the long run, by getting some of the data better, of course, and sharing those experiences, we can make the next step. And it is still, that's also what the data tells us, one of the cheapest way to bring prosperity to different regions. It's not required hundreds of billions. No, it's far smaller amounts to have access to clean cooking around the globe. And the good thing about it is the IEF was already referring to the partners with which they cooperate. Even the IEA made now a clean cooking scenario for the world. Yeah. And some people were worried about maybe this is more emissions, but no, in the IEA scenario, one of the best ways to reduce emissions on the globe, also from the global south, is to switch to those modern clean cooking fuels. So for health, for the environment, for everything, it is paramount that we learn the best practices from each other and continue the revolution of clean cooking.
And that's a very important point that you, sir, are making about the health benefits of clean cooking fuels. And Mr. Moyo, we sometimes, and I think that we perhaps don't highlight it enough, but I think it's important that we highlighted that these health issues of not having clean fuel is a very gender focus. It is mostly women who suffer the consequences of not having them. So in terms of also rebalancing gender issues, that is also a very important issue.
Yes, in Zimbabwe we work with the ministry that is responsible for women's affairs because clean cooking is very, very topical. I know one country which has done very well and has popularized it is Tanzania, and the women are very excited there, and we want to use these experiences to excite our own women, but also, as the colleagues from Netherlands have said, let's use local resources, let's go and build biogas digesters so that we can actually have more gas rather than firewood. The consequences of using firewood, the smokes, that affects our women, and that affects not just the women. We sit around when it is raining like it is doing right now, and your mother is trying to cook. It affects all of you in the household.
Affects the woman, affects the children.
Yes, so that's why we are pushing with clean cooking.
Thank you, Mr. Kosujev. Is there a perspective from the Eurasian in clean cooking, and what is the problem there? Clean, yeah.
Ну, вопрос доступности, они взаимосвязаны с вопросом цены. Вот. Я хочу сказать, что в нашем интеграционном сообществе вопрос цены – это один из самых крайне важных, потому что выработка электроэнергии, благосостояние народа, развитие экономики – это полностью связано именно с доведением до домашних хозяйств электроэнергии. И хочу сказать, что именно в целом политика наших стран ориентирована на то, чтобы цены на электроэнергию были социально ориентируемы. Я хочу привести пример в наших странах. В целом разбег цен между значит, самые низкие 1,42 цента и самые высокие 11 центов. Если взять в трудовом размере, в Армении у нас 7,6 самые нижние и до 11 центов. В Республике Беларусь 1,5 центов до 8 центов. Республика Казахстан 2,5 до 10 центов. Российская Федерация 1,2 и 10 до 11 центов. Это зависит от того, значит, есть много факторов, значит, территория очень большая, население где-то более 180 миллионов человек, и государство, значит, те дальние регионы, северные регионы в основном, они как бы датируются, значит, государством и держат такую цену. Ну, для сравнения, скажу, вот мой коллега из Нидерландов, у них за 2024 год цена у них 24 евроцентов. Германия 39 евроцентов, во Франции 28, Великобритания 21. В сравнении с ними у нас, конечно, цены достаточно низкие, потому что мы используем модель развития, основывается на традиционных источниках энергии. Это на газе, угле, нефти, электроэнергии. И, конечно, один из самых важных направлений, которое сегодня развивается в странах Евразийского экономического союза, это атомные электростанции. И самая важная для нас задача – это проводить гармоничную, сбалансированную сочетание энергоресурсов, и значит, ВИА, она будет дополнять то, что делается нашим государством. И то, что прописано, развитие благосостояния народа, развитие экономики связано именно с развитием электроэнергии и доступностью населения.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Hydra, do we have a global or even regional good institutional framework to try to close the energy divide? Are the institutions up to that task?
That is a very good question. I think we've recently seen in the last couple of years initiatives by the Norwegian government together with, for instance, Kenya, Senegal, other champions in the realm of clean cooking. And it shows that even though we have the World Bank, who's been working on clean cooking for the last 10 years, even though many institutions have done things in this field, the development banks, the fact that we need to close the gap and we still have new initiatives shows that there is a clear lack somewhere. And I think, of course, it also requires some donor money to work together with the local populations to find the right market model so it will work for the longer run. And what I'm positive about is, as a Vice Minister, I'm also Governor at the IEA, and we chair the ministerial this year, and we hope to have the Clean Cooking Alliance, which brings together the richer donor countries with African friends and friends from elsewhere, that we can really use that as now momentum, as a new momentum to really close the gap and have the rather limited amount of money that is needed to close this gap brought together quickly. Because for all the reasons that we mentioned earlier, for the women and children, for the health, for the environment, for the climate, this is so clear that we should focus our money on this. So I hope that with these new initiatives, we can bring really close to the divide.
That's an important ministerial meeting that is coming for the calendar in middle of February in Paris. Mr. Moyo, when we talk about all these policies, global institutions, etc., at the end of the day, and I'm afraid that to put it this way, but the problem needs money.
Yes.
Do we have enough money?
Well, in our energy compact, we have said we need to invest 9.1 billion in the next 5 years, starting this year. And it is our national development strategy. And we have said more than more than half of that money is coming from the private sector. And how are we mobilizing it? We think our insurance companies, our pension funds, as well as our banks in country can actually partner with international financial institutions to bring that money forward. And we have seen some appetite with a lot of our insurance companies, pension funds, banks investing mostly in renewable energy. And we are now mobilizing for the hydroelectricity power generation together with Zambia, and we hope that the private sector, international financial institutions, the private sector in and outside Zimbabwe and Zambia will also invest in these.
Related to that, the money has been, as you kind of highlighted, the money has been flowing into projects that they have, let me put it this way, a green angle.
Yes.
But do you have enough money for projects that perhaps don't have that green angle?
Well, we have been having independent power producers in the thermal area, and especially linked to captive power generation for those companies that are investing in steel, in ferrochrome. We have encouraged them to have their power generated from thermal as well as renewable, and they are doing it using their own equity funds. So we are calling for companies. For instance, we have an Indian company that has invested 450 in order to renew the old power stations that have been there, and they have put their own money.
Thank you. And Mr. Heira, I wanted to conclude the discussion with you because one of the concerns is that the recent years of high prices may hinder all the efforts to reduce the energy divide, to make access to energy universal. But there is perhaps a flip side of that, that is that all of a sudden we all as the international community have realized how important is energy, and perhaps there is more attention, more journalists are writing about this, that the theme is on the front pages, the voters know about this. So is there a chance that actually these high prices can just give it a push to the effort?
Yeah, I think you're putting it absolutely right. There are many things we, of course, want to achieve when we work on development aid. We want to help the economies, we want to help the medical conditions, we want to help education, and maybe energy wasn't the highest subject on the list. And the fact that even rich countries were confronted with their local communities that face energy poverty is seen as this is more of a global problem. So it brought more attention to the subject. We've seen that with very recent initiatives that I mentioned earlier. And I think indeed now, because clean cooking ticks so many of the boxes, both medical, both gender, both local economies, and all the even climate benefits, that there's renewed global attention to closing the divide. And we are happy to work with all of you on that.
Thank you so much, sir. That concludes our panel. We will continue the discussion, but the discussion probably will continue in Zimbabwe, in the border with Zambia. But there were beautiful spot in the falls, and then we will have this important meeting in Paris at the International Energy Agency, also in the middle of February. So please join me thanking the panel, and we will continue the discussion in further locations and perhaps next year here in Goa. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's a very, very exciting panel that I have here with me. We are going to be talking about upstream transformation. It is really about driving strategic re-engagement with exploration portfolios. Given the world we are in, which is marked by so much geopolitical uncertainty, the volatility we are seeing in both oil and gas prices, the narratives around such bearish outlooks for both oil and gas in the kind of coming years for prices, people are talking about oversupply. We, at least at Energy Aspects, we believe the world is facing a significant oil and gas supply crunch potentially in the kind of, for oil particularly towards the end of this decade, for gas in the next decade. And we believe we need at least $550 billion each year just to hold production flat to serve demand, which we continue to think is going to grow. We have seen this massive narrative around energy transition, but that is taking a step back right now. And that has kind of become a bit more realistic around talking about we will need all forms of energy, not just renewables, but also oil and gas, in order to meet the growing demand, which is, for us, it's about 3% on an annual average basis each year for the next 20, 25 years. We have India at the epicenter of that growth, with China slowing down. Of course, we've got Africa, Latin America as well. So we really need to talk about investments. And of course, in this era of energy transition, the investment needs to be in low carbon, high margin projects, whether it be deep water and frontier fields or in onshore as well, and what can really create significant opportunities to meet that demand. So I have a fantastic panel with me. I don't need to introduce any of them. You can see who they are. And of course, I'm going to start with Chairman Singh. And we've got William from BP, and we've got Haitham from ADNOC as well. Welcome to all of you. Chairman Singh, I am going to start with you. Firstly, because we are in India. And ONGC is doing some absolutely fantastic things in terms of upstream and exploration. Just tell us a little bit about what are the really exciting projects that ONGC is working on. How do you see the future of oil and gas and the need for keeping investment going?
Thank you, Dr. Sen. And good question and a very linear answer, not complex answer. Because for us, our import dependence figure of oil. For us, whether if it is oil is on Himalayas or on the Everest, if it comes to us through some means, we would welcome it. And basically from energy security point of view, because we can't afford to have the current state continue for long. So exploration, as you see, world over also, NOCs are exploring more. IOCs have enough reserve to develop. So their priority could be development, but NOCs all over the world is kicking very strong on exploration side. So far India is concerned, because in the context of energy security and the fact that we have large sedimentary basin, and out of 3.3 we have roughly 1.7 odd is offshore, and out of 1.7 million square kilometer, roughly 1.32 is around deep water, and out of 1.32, 1 million square kilometer was no-go. So what we explored in deep water is, you can say, which was no-go area. ONGC has spent and made large efforts to explore deep water. One big campaign came in 2003 to 7. That was known as Sagar Samriddhi. And today you heard Prime Minister saying about Samudra Manthan. ONGC has drilled so far 150 deep water wells. It's not a small number. And 41 developmental wells. So ONGC has drilled roughly 200 wells in deep water. Out of these 90, out of 150, I'm talking about exploratory wells. roughly 90 were drilled in KG. KG is, for every one of us, including Williams Company, is now Category 1 basin. What matters most for us today is to explore deep water as much as we can, because onshore, I'm not too sure that, I'm sure that we have explored, we have been exploring from 1960 ONGC. Last 65 years it has explored. What was completely out of bounds, what I mentioned to you. So our first primary responsibility towards nation, because being a government company, is to explore deep water and then come to conclusion that this way or that way. And that exploration responsibility is on us, and hopefully the resources of country will come together to pull it through. If ONGC can do it, well and good. If it can't, I'm sure the other forces of nature, including government, will come to our rescue. They will not allow us to die. So this much we know.
But Chairman, if I can ask you, if you can't find it in India, because ONGC Videsh is there as well, will you go explore abroad and bring it in?
So this is one part I clarified to you. Second part is that our first priority is exploration deep water. Second priority, if parallelly, if we can afford something, then it is a producing or near producing asset in any part of the globe. Exploration, we want to limit it to our country.
Sure.
Because it is hugely capital intensive. And we can't have resource which can pay back after 30 years. I can invest in something we can pay back in 1 or 2 years, but definitely not in 30 years. So answer of your question is, explore deep in country and keep looking for producing or near producing asset abroad. And then see somewhere where it meets. I hope I answered you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. I think for both William and Hytham, I'd love to get BP and ADNOC's view of what I was talking about, the global energy landscape, and how the two kind of companies see it, and how you guys in your company kind of fitting into that narrative. William, should we start with you?
Yeah, great, Amrita, thanks. And good afternoon to everybody. It's good to be back in Goa again. Can I just use the opportunity to commend Chairman Singh and the ONGC team for a fantastic venue. I heard it was done in record time, and it's very, very high quality, very, very impressive, both this room here that we're in, but also the lobby, the whole thing. So big recognition for that.
So tagline could be, we also produce oil.
Well, you're good at executing projects, that's very clear.
Main thing is a whole.
Amrita, just I would say, look, to answer your question, your views that you stated up front are very aligned with ours. I think we need all forms of energy. There's been underinvestment over the last, let's say, 5 to 8 years. I think people are being more realistic about the energy transition. It is going to happen. It's just the pace of that transition, the cost of that transition, I think that's coming to the forefront and making people realize that it's going to be slower. And investment is not going to, you don't need to pour all your investment in now and take all the risk now. I think people need to learn. We all have to learn as an industry about the transition, especially some of the newer technologies. And meanwhile, I think the world's also woken up to the fact that energy security is paramount. I mean, we heard that this morning with the opening remarks from the Prime Minister, but also from Dr. Sultan and Mr. Puri. So energy security is paramount, and in that, with a strong demand for oil and gas and all forms of energy, we need to respond to that as a company. So we've actually refocused our strategy. You may have seen that. So we are going to really grow our upstream business, grow the volumes in production, but more importantly, grow the value. It's really about cash flow, it's about returns, making sure that we spend capital wisely, because as an industry, capital isn't always spent wisely. So we have to be better at that as an industry and as a company. We're very excited that we want to grow production to between 2.3 to 2.5 million barrels by 2030. We brought on 7 major projects last year. We're going to bring on 8 to 10 more by the end of the decade. Those 8 to 10 will be higher margin barrels. So that's the value equation, higher margin barrels than the current production. So we're trying to increase our margin, increase our returns. We've also had the most successful run of exploration. Now, exploration is a bit like, you have your ups and downs. So we've had our lull where we weren't finding a whole lot, but we've actually had 12 exploration discoveries in a row, culminating in the largest discovery that we've made, which is in Brazil, the Bumerangue field, and we're trying to appraise that right now, but we're very excited about that. So we're playing into that context that you set up very much that way. Our portfolio is balanced between oil and gas. We're about 50% oil, 50% gas. And the last thing I'll say is we're leveraging where we're strong, and playing to our strengths. So incumbent positions that we have in countries where we've been there a long time, how do we find more resources, more opportunities there? And then our big mature oil and gas, whether it be onshore or offshore, leveraging that expertise and saying, how can we deploy that and help other countries or other companies in a partnership arrangement? And we're working with Chairman Singh and his team on Mumbai High, for instance, and helping support the ONGC team about how do we mitigate decline, how do we optimize production. So those are the kind of things we're doing.
I'll come back to you on the India one because BP has been a long-standing partner in India, right? So we'll come back to that. Haitham, if I can ask you about ADNOC, because as Chairman Singh said, NOCs have really, especially the last few years when IOCs were under, I should say IECs, I'm always corrected when I say IOCs, they were under a lot of shareholder pressure to kind of do more on the transition side of things. It was NOCs that really stepped up, and they were really taking the frontier for oil and gas in particular. And ADNOC's, obviously with Exergy, you've kind of really grown that as well. How do you agree with what I was saying and what William said as well in terms of how the energy mix is playing out and how is ADNOC positioning itself, especially given all the volatility that you see as well?
Maybe first and foremost, I want to as well commend ONGC on the fantastic achievement. I echo William here. I think I come from an ADIPEC environment as technical chair, and I think I see a lot of potential here with the sheer volume, sheer mass, and good quality presentations arranged. So all the best, and I think the future is yours. On the volatility, market volatility issue, I think maybe short-term volatility is clear. However, I want to echo what His Excellency Dr. Sultan in the opening mentioned. Long-term demand is evident, is obvious. Urban developments, aviation doubling in size, data centers, AI data centers, and demand requirements. On data centers specifically, projections say the power requirements for data centers in 2030 would equate to about 150 gigawatts and double that by 2040. To put things into perspective, 150 gigawatts is just about the power capacity of France. That is significant, and that's just one wedge of demand centers that are coming up in the demographics. So having that mentioned, long-term demand is clear. 700 million people around the globe today have lack of access of a reliable energy source. So we have no doubt that the demand will grow for oil and gas within that energy mix. But yes, again, to provide reliable, low-cost, low-carbon emission solutions, I think investment is required, not just only in oil and gas, but in all forms of energy. And here is where we're seeking, our support of our partners. XRG is, for example, one initiative towards investing into renewable, low-carbon solutions across the board. With that demand in play, I think, so for ADNOC, for instance, our capital program is about, and this was mentioned by Dr. Sultan as well earlier today, is about $150 billion over the next 5 years. That is huge. However, demand outlooks stand strong at 100 million barrels globally from now until 2040. And to suffice that demand, the existing infrastructure today, including the investments we have at an upstream level, are unfortunately not enough. I think we need to maximize our efforts into investing into oil and gas infrastructure, oil and gas upstream infrastructure, and make sure we're ready so when time comes, we're able to provide that low carbon, low cost, highly reliable barrel that suffices that demand. So in short, I think we're set to that plans as ADNOC, and I think we are seeking our partners' support as well to.
I'm glad you mentioned data centers because that was something I was going to bring up because I really believe, having done this for almost 20 years, as an industry, we are terrible at forecasting demand, if I may say so. We have a lot of, agencies that come out, I think, including some majors, have called for peak oil demand since 2020. And we still have oil demand growing. We're about 105 million barrels per day today. And this concept of, we're going to, like peak oil, right? First it was peak oil supply, now it's peak oil demand. The reason I don't like the word is because it implies it's this mountain, because you talked about the Himalayas, and it's kind of falling. Instead, like even on our outlook, we get to about 110 million barrels per day. But even by 2050, we are 100 million barrels per day. It's like a plateau and a very gradual decline. And the reason I bring up data centers is because if 3 years ago in Goa, nobody would have even mentioned data centers, right? And now it's the biggest thing being talked about globally. Like our numbers are about 85 gigawatts just in the US till 2030, and then globally it's going to be very similar. Like it's going to be even more than that. So I do want to pivot a little bit to the gas conversation. William, if I can start with you, and then to Chairman Singh. Gas has to play such an important role, and we went through this weird phase where people stopped talking about gas. Thanks again. I mean, some part to the IEA kind of saying gas is kind of a forgotten fuel, we don't need it. But the only way, because again, with renewables, you don't, like, intermittency is a very big issue, so you can't have base load with that. So what's your outlook on gas from BP's point of view? I appreciate a lot of data centers are now going off-grid because the infrastructure is not there yet. But surely if we are to serve these data center demand, gas has to be the winner? Yeah. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, it's a great question. Yeah, I do remember the same thing. I think 5 years ago or so, I went to a COP, and I said in that COP, gas is a transition fuel, and I got very, very strong pushback that don't say that. It's not transition. It still has emissions, and you need to turn it off, basically. And I think, again, I talked about it earlier. I think that was when everyone believed that transition was going to happen at a much faster pace, and that was way before AI data centers. So I think the world has moved on. I think gas is much more talked about as a much needed fuel, and I think it will stay around, just like oil will stay around. I think gas maybe even more so, just because of what you mentioned, gas into power. And those hyperscalers who previously were very, very keen on getting power because they needed power for even running the cloud. Now with AI, that's exponential demand, exponentially growing demand, and getting that exponential demand through low carbon forms of energy is just not going to work. There's just not sufficient supply. So I think gas-fired power is going to grow. The demand is already growing. I think gas turbine companies who manufacture them, they're on back order for years now. You can't even get a gas turbine if you don't already have arrangements. So I think gas in the near term is going to have to fuel that growth in AI. And putting that aside, I think the Eastern Hemisphere, particularly India and even China, Japan, will continue to draw on the need for gas and LNG. So I think gas demand will be robust. I agree with your view earlier that the next, let's say from now until 2030, there's probably oversupply because you have so many LNG projects coming on. Probably supply is going to outstrip demand, but I think demand will then catch up post 2030, and I think will be quite robust.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 200 million tons of new projects. But in terms of BP, you said, you're 50-50. Is that mix going to change, you think, after 2030, more gas, less oil?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. We're going to continue because our gas portfolio is very strong right now, but post 2030 it starts to decline. And so we need to find the new fields that backfill those existing fields. And particularly, I'll give you an example in India. She asked about that, but we're operating in the East Coast in the deep water with our partner Reliance. We're producing about a BCF a day, about a third of the domestic gas supply into the market. But again, those fields have been very performing extremely well, but we need to backfill them. And one thing we're trying to do with the government now is to unlock discovered resource through building common hub infrastructure. So the one thing about gas is you have to have a value chain approach. You know, it's not like oil. You have to monetize it. You need infrastructure. And I think common hub infrastructure, which we're working with the government on, and Chairman Singh is also part of that because he has also resources in the area that could be unlocked if there's infrastructure built.
Yeah.
And so I think that's that next wave of being able to replace and replenish the gas resources.
No, that's very helpful. Chairman Singh, India is obviously pushing gas significantly, right? We've heard that over the last few years. Where do you think, I mean, we know the aspirations, but where do you think we realistically get to? Are you bullish about the prospects of gas production for ONGC in India, or do you think it's going to be more oil? How do you see that mix?
So based on current understanding of the reservoirs and the discoveries and assessment of reserves, gas definitely we are better off in terms of growth in domestic gas production. And but second thing which is more relevant in our case is that our gas is not Henry Hub or Middle East gas, which is almost $2–3. Our gas will come at a price which is definitely much above that.
Yeah.
So in the interim, gas is going to be oversupplied in the world for next 10–15 years, unlike oil. Because gas horizon is very clear that, but gas has another issue that gas can substitute coal.
Yeah.
So if gas becomes cheaper, gas demand will again go up because people will start substituting coal. It depends on all what happens to the gas price. So for us, in near term, if the gas price remains low, a lot of power generation will move to gas because coal is also, new coal plants are expensive. And at a particular threshold value of gas, coal-based thermal power plants, new ones, will struggle to justify itself. So now this dilemma of, and our power need will grow fastest in the world. You heard this morning that air conditioning load itself,
yes,
in our cases, plus also we will have data center, but more than data center in India, it will be air conditioning load, which is something that we should worry about from the power point of view. Power, second route, of course, it is, we have plenty of coal. We can take it to gasification route. But that technology, cost, economics, still is a gray area. So I would say that if the gas prices remain high, country has no choice, I'll be very frank, commercially, unless government does some policy intervention. Commercially, coal will be solution for a very long period. How much that I can't say. But if the gas prices tumbles the way people are saying, in that case, our gas demand will go up and coal demand may come down. So it is a trajectory that will largely depend on what happens to gas price in the next 3–4 years.
Yeah, and we are expecting, like I was saying, we've got 200 million tons of new projects coming online, so it should be coming off, right? Of course, right now with the weather, gas prices are very high, but that should be a short.
No, that is very short term, 5 days.
Phenomena. Exactly.
So winter basically US Henry Hub, what you are seeing is basically because of those extreme winters.
Extreme
so
winters,
that doesn't last.
Yeah, exactly.
Problem of our industry is we either have constipation or diarrhea.
It's true. It's always extremes, right?
Always extreme.
It's always extremes.
Yeah.
It's very, very true. Haitham, can I ask, because we both William and Chairman Singh talked about partnerships, right, and kind of working together. I've always been amazed, particularly with ADNOC, the Abu Dhabi concession plan you have has been one of very early on, but one of the most successful kind of partnership programs we've seen in upstream. Do you want to talk a little bit about it? Do you guys plan on doing more of that, or are you thinking about changing it?
Good question. Before jumping though to that question, I just want to maybe refer back to the transition fuel backlash William was referring to. I think so. While my colleagues here are speaking about gas being transition, and one phrase really jumped to mind, and this brings us back to the first question. This is Secretary Burgum mentioning that there is, on top of transition, well, we are living energy transition as we speak, but on top of energy transition, there is the energy addition part that needs a lot of attention. So coming to that, I think we at ADNOC believe partnerships are core when it comes to that energy addition. I think we need to cooperate and collaborate with partners to ensure best practices and cutting-edge technologies are deployed for us to make more commercially available oil and gas. As of date, I think we have 20 plus international companies within the ADNOC portfolio that are partners and are looking to expand as we go. Two things we've done in the recent past is we've conducted the world's largest 3D megaseismic survey, and that has enabled us to identify a lot of prospects and leads across the geographical area of Abu Dhabi. And then post that, we've launched the exploration bid rounds. That as well gave us the platform for us to attract additional FDI and additional partners to the country. We've started even seeing, partners who are keen into exploring, investing to make some of these prospects commercially attainable and commercially successful. From that, we've managed to declare 7 billion barrels of additional reserve and 7 TCF of gas just last year.
Wow.
So this is a huge achievement, I think, that wouldn't have manifested without the support and cooperation of our partners. Additionally, on top of that, I think a lot of our portfolio is complex. I take, for example, Lower Zakum, in which we are partners with Falcon. And at the heart of that project, there's a bit of complexity. The long-term development calls for a new artificial man-made island. A lot of ERD, long-reach wells, fracking. I don't want to get into technical jargon, but requirements call for technical expertise to be sharp, on point, to make sure we deliver these barrels commercially. On the gas front, Hayl and Ghasha is another example. By the way, largest gas FDI, 27 billion. And I think from a development perspective, it's expected to produce about 1.8 BCF by 2030. Fantastic platform for foreign direct investment, fantastic platform for international partners to come in, cooperate, but as well, based on the track record of ADNOC's project delivery, managed to secure a structured financing program of almost $11 billion. So now we have non-oil and gas partners jumping in the wagon, investing, putting their money to expand and meet that growing demand. So all these are just examples of how partnership comes at core in delivering these significant projects.
No, it's a really great success story. Since I have the three of you, and I know I'm conscious, Chairman, saying you have to leave fairly shortly for yet another meeting in your calendar, but I can't let you three go without, just very briefly before we wrap up, we should talk about technology because we are talking about upstream over here. How has that evolved? I mean, I don't want to necessarily go into jargons of AI and everybody asks about that, but just briefly, I mean, we can start with Chairman Singh if you want. Like, how are you using technology in newer ways? Is that helping with really challenging basins these days? Just tell us a little bit.
So, you said it. Everything nowadays in the name of technology is AI. And what AI will do and what it will get quantified, still it has not reached that kind of maturity to say that this will bring so much on table. But going back to normal advancement in the technology which has happened over decade, one area which is obvious, and that is in exploration, seismic data processing and interpretation. That definitely has, multiple improvements in past. So whatever mankind has gathered in last 10, 20 years, that is available to you through better processing or reprocessing even, because you have old data, you can reprocess and find something. So that is one part that we should rely on. Second is on reservoir side and all that, where for the particularly producing field, we find that that opportunity exists there too. Like for producing fields, seismic of say OBN and all that is very effective. That is a recent phenomenon. So these things enables you to decide where to invest, what to invest, how much you produce, with certain amount of definitiveness. So these two areas where we find that is good. And third thing which is technology has brought is efficiency. Efficiency improvement in everybody's company working on all sides. Some have realized more, pushed it hard, realized faster. Some will be forced to adopt sooner or later, because if crude remains at this pressure, and at least medium and high cost producer have no choice but to go in that direction to survive for longer. So these three areas I thought I should mention it to you.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. You guys?
Yeah, I'll add a few points. I mean, for us, it's been a journey. I think the beginning of when we applied technology or digital was first, cleaning up our data, getting all of our data cleaned to a point where it could be democratized. So we had lots of data sitting in little people's spreadsheets that only they knew how to run these models, and if that person was not there, then all would be lost. That sort of, opening it up, cleaning the data, getting it on one platform, getting in the cloud, that was the first evolution. And then being able to use that data wisely about analytics, data analytics, and trying to optimize our performance. That was stage one. I think stage two now you take that and take it, turbo drive it with AI, and say, what can AI now do with a clean data set, with some applications already in place? Now let the AI go and optimize rather than the humans then optimizing that data.
And,
So
and
that's
really
what we're
big
doing.
data sets
Big,
as
big
well,
data
right?
sets.
That's
So
the
we
thing.
have tons of data, reservoir data, drilling data, production data. We have so much data. Now let AI pour through that now and give it the problem that you want to solve. And particularly, I would just build on what Chairman Singh said. I think we're using AI now to help us with improving imaging for seismic, cutting down the processing time tenfold, using AI for processing the seismic. I think also predictive maintenance, so finding things before they go wrong, before they need to be fixed, and so small fixes rather than big shutdowns and big repairs. And then how do we enhance production, generate value, optimize using digital twins, and then let AI run through the digital twin and generate different kinds of outcomes that optimize whatever we want to optimize. So I think that's kind of what we're doing.
I mean, the maintenance point you say is so important. We've seen that in Brazil, for instance, a lot of companies just being able to detect it in advance just allows them to not have those big downtimes, right? Just,
Even in drilling now, we're using AI to help us detect kicks. So we're in a difficult well, we get AI working alongside the driller, and say, look for patterns, look for things that early detection of potential kick, so that we're ready to handle it before it gets out of control.
Haitham, I'm sure ADNOC's doing some amazing stuff this as well.
AI to us is core. I think since day one, AI is here to stay. AI is here to change the way we conduct our business. And to us, it needs to be a part of, if we plan to remain relevant and resilient, then it needs to be a part of our DNA. I think to us, we've decided to put together our roadmap to become the most AI-enabled energy company in the world, and following what Dr. Sultan mentioned in the opening speech, and then as well William just mentioned, the three main classification of AI deployments, in which big data analysis is one of them, predictive maintenance is another, and production. We have almost 200 plus AI use cases hitting these three domains, ranging around, from all the way from HSE to production optimization and even geosteering. But the prominent ones, for example, I would refer to as perhaps the Neuron 5 deployment of a predictive maintenance tool that, from just simply optimizing downtime, could potentially increase operational efficiency 50%. Now, at the sheer scale of ADNOC's production volumes today, we produce about 4.5 and aiming towards 5 by year-end 27. 50% is a lot of production.
Absolutely.
A lot of production. So that sheer value demonstrates is just undeniable. On big data analysis, I mean, the normal progression of country scale 3D seismic program is definitely going to be AI-based for us to practically and cost efficiently interpret and make use of that data. Without AI, we would not be able to unlock these prospects and potentials. Now, on production optimization, we have something we call RoboWell that we take a lot of pride in. And the main objective of RoboWell is to control. It's autonomous well control, and basically be able to, in the back end, run production scenarios to maximize objective-based requirements. For example, say we wanted to maximize on condensate production, then it would automatically go control the wells and give you the best production scenario for maximum condensate. All these small tweaks here and there, of course, manifest value, and they translate into a significant upside when it comes to operational efficiency. So in short, I think we're committed to deploying AI. We're committed to pushing this boundary forward, and we're committed to be a supplier of choice with reliable, cost-efficient, low-carbon emission barrels.
Fantastic. So look, we've got 2 minutes. Very, very brief answers to my question. Are you excited about what lies ahead in the next 10 years? Are you bullish, bearish, upstream drilling? I think the biggest takeaway has been really about offshore rather than onshore drilling, seismic, using of AI. 30 seconds for each of you. We'll start with you, Haitham. What's your outlook for upstream?
I am excited. I think the future is still upstream. The renewables are doing a fantastic progress, and there's a lot of advancement on that front. However, oil and gas remain at I would call the base load, the main requirement for our energy mix going forward. And I think it's time now to make that commitment, make these investments, and make sure we're ready for the future.
William? Yeah, similarly, I'm very bullish, and hence, our change in strategy. I think the industry needs to, like I said, spend capital wisely. I think we need to be better stewards of capital. We need to deliver our projects on time, on budget. We also need to be looking after our emissions, so we continue to produce oil and gas, but we try to do it in the most cost-efficient, capital-efficient, but also in the lowest emission that we can. That will help our upstream business be more resilient. And then the last thing I would say is capabilities, is make sure that we don't stop investing in capability, because we did lose a lot of people who didn't want to learn about oil and gas anymore and wanted to go into other industries because of the aura around oil and gas. I think we need to attract those people back, because we need that next generation of capability to come through.
Before I give Chairman Singh the last word, if I had to make you choose one country which you're most excited by, frontier-wise, upstream.
Obviously where I'm sitting right now. I mean, this is...
I should have said outside of India.
It's pretty hard to not choose India, not just because we're here, but you heard everything that's been said so far. But it's the country that has the fastest GDP growth. It has the massive energy needs and demand, and it has a very supportive policy with the current government, supporting investment. You heard the Prime Minister's address today. And it has the skills that I talked about earlier. It has the skills. So it's got the scale, it's got the stability, and it's got the skills.
Chairman Singh, you've got the last word.
So I'm bullish about all forms of energy because ultimately each one is going to calibrate others. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you also, Chairman Singh, for providing this venue. It's such a fantastic achievement by ONGC, as everybody said. Please join me in thanking the panel. We've learned a lot about upstream. We're very bullish Indian upstream as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.